Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing I noticed about Blackwater House was not its size, but its proportions. It was a thing of wrong angles. The great oak door, set deep under a stone arch, was not a rectangle, but a trapezoid, wider at the bottom than the top, as if the weight of the house had pressed down upon it for a century and a half, squeezing it into this desperate shape. The windows on the second floor were taller than those on the first, narrow and watchful, while the ground floor windows were squat and wide, giving the impression of a face with a heavy jaw and suspicious, sunken eyes. It wasn't that the house was large, though it was immense, a hulking edifice of granite and grief set against the bruised sky of the Maine coast. It was that it refused to hold a single, consistent measurement in my mind. I would look at a hallway and think it stretched for 50 feet, only to walk it in 20 paces. A room would feel cavernous one moment, and the next, the walls would seem to lean in, the ceiling to lower, until I could feel the plaster dust tickling my hair. We were 5 or 6 if you count the house, and I have come to believe you must always count the house. Des Hahn had assembled us, his voice on the phone a low, excited thrum of academic certainty. He was a scholar of the unseen, a man who built his reputation on footnotes and folklore, and he had found in Blackwater the subject of his lifetime. He had letters, diaries, land deeds that spoke of whispers in the walls and shadows that drank the light. He needed witnesses, a controlled environment. He needed us. I am Chris. I have always been a receiver for signals others cannot hear. A radio tuned to a silent, static-filled station. It is not a gift. It is a fragility. I agreed to come because I had to, because the low hum of unease that was my constant companion had, in recent months, swelled to a nearly unbearable drone, and I thought, perhaps, giving it a name and a place might quiet it. Then there was Emma, sharp and pragmatic, a photographer whose camera was a shield against the irrational. She came for the light, she said, the unique, sea-haunted quality of light on this isolated stretch of coast. Her wit was a flickering blade, cutting through Des Hahn-esque grand theories with a wry smile. And Brandon, the last of the Blackwater line, a man who wore his skepticism like a well-tailored suit. He had inherited the white elephant and its accompanying debts, and he saw our visit not as an investigation, but as a potential source of revenue, a last-ditch effort to prove the house had some marketable value beyond the stone and rot. He was handsome in a hollow way, his eyes holding a banker-esque assessment of everything, including fear. The house accepted us on a Tuesday afternoon, the air thick with the smell of salt and decay. The key Brandon produced was iron, heavy and cold, and it turned in the trapezoidal door S-lock with a sound like a bone breaking. The air that rushed out to meet us was not the stale deadness I expected, but a breath, exhalation from a great, sleeping lung. It carried the scent of old roses and wet stone, and underneath, a faint, coppery tang, like a penny held on the tongue. "Welcome to the family madness," Brandon said, his voice echoing in the vast, dim foyer. His smile was a transaction. The foyer was a lesson in spatial dishonesty. The floor was a chessboard of black and white marble, each square seeming to shift in size as I looked at it. A grand staircase swept upwards, but its banisters seemed to warp, the curves too tight, the ascent too steep. The walls were papered in a deep crimson pattern of vines and thorns, a pattern that, if I stared too long, seemed to writhe with a sluggish, vegetative life. Deshan was in his element, his fingers tracing the carved newel post. "Magnificent," he whispered, and his whisper was swallowed by the hungry silence. "The workmanship is pre-Civil War. The stories say the builder, Alistair Blackwater, was a ship-s captain who made his fortune in obscure trades. He designed every inch of it himself." Emma raised her camera, and the flash was a tiny, impotent star in the gloom. "He had a thing for doors that don't quite close, didn't he?" She pointed. Down the main hallway, every door stood slightly ajar, a uniform 2-inch gap offering a sliver of deeper darkness within. It was in my room that night that the sounds began. Not the groans and settles of any old house, but something more deliberate. My room was at the end of a hall that seemed to grow longer each time I traversed it. The wallpaper here was a faded silver, patterned with a motif that I first took for stylized waves, but which, in the flickering light of the oil lamp Brandon had provided, resolved into a repetition of a single, unsettling shape. A spiral that turned in on itself, tighter and tighter, until it became a black dot. A pupil. I lay in the 4-poster bed, its curtains heavy with dust, and listened. The wind outside was a constant moan, but beneath it, layered under it, was another sound. A soft, rhythmic scraping, like a nail, long and polished, being dragged slowly along the baseboard. It was not loud, but it was precise. It traveled from the corner near the door, along the wall beside my bed, and stopped just short of the window. Then, after a pause filled only by the thumping of my heart, it would return. A patrol. I pressed my face into the pillow, the linen smelling of lavender and something else, something vaguely animal, and I tried to make my breathing match the slow, deliberate pace of that unseen scraping. It was a lullaby of menace, and against all reason, it pulled me into a shallow, troubled sleep. The days took on a strange, porous quality. Time, like the space within the house, became unreliable. An hour in the library, helping Deshan pore over Alistair-esque cryptic journals, could feel like a minute. A 5-minute trip to the kitchen for water could stretch into a disorienting half-hour journey as hallways twisted back on themselves, and familiar doorways seemed to migrate. The house was breathing around us, its rhythms slowly becoming our own. Brandon remained the staunch skeptic, but his denials began to sound rehearsed, a mantra to keep his own creeping unease at bay. He would find us gathered in the grand drawing room, our faces pale, and he would declare, "It es the wind. It es the pipes. It es the sea air playing tricks on your minds." But his eyes would dart towards the corners of the room, where the shadows clung a little too thickly. Emma's photography changed. The crisp, architectural studies she first took gave way to blurred, frantic shots of empty corridors and distorted reflections in grimy mirrors. She showed me one, her hand trembling slightly. It was a picture of the main staircase, but in the polished dark wood of the banister, a face was reflected, a pale oval with dark, empty sockets, looking down from the landing above. A face that had not been there when she clicked the shutter. "A trick of the light," she said, but she didn't delete it. It was the small, sensory details that accumulated, a gentle, continuous rain of dread. The smell of the sea would suddenly be overpowered by the cloying sweetness of rotting fruit, though there was none in the house. A door handle would feel warm, as if just released from another hand. I would wake with the taste of salt and metal on my lips, as if I had been crying tears of blood. And always, there was the whispering. Not a voice, not words, but a sibilant rush, like water over stones, that seemed to emanate from the very walls. It was loudest for me, a current of sound that only I seemed fully able to hear, a river of static that flowed just behind my conscious mind. One evening, Deshan gathered us in the library. He had uncovered the heart of Alistair Blackwater's obsession. It wasn't treasure or power, not in any earthly sense. The captain had been a student of dimensions, of the spaces between things. He believed that reality was a thin skin over an infinite, chaotic deepness. He built Blackwater House not as a home, but as an instrument, a tuning fork. Its wrong angles, its shifting proportions, its spiral patterns were all designed to vibrate in sympathy with that other place, to thin the veil until one could step through. He called it the Silent City, Deshan said, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. A place of pure pattern, of geometry and thought, where time and space were fluid. He believed he could bring it here, make it manifest. He believed a human mind, properly prepared, could act as a conduit. Prepared how? Brandon asked, his voice tight. Deshan's gaze drifted to me. Through sensitivity, through a certain permeability. The diaries mention a listener. That night, the scraping outside my door did not stop at the window. It continued, fainter, down the hall. And then, a new sound joined it. A wet, rhythmic sound. A soft, gulping sob. I rose from my bed, my feet cold on the floorboards, and went to the door. I pressed my eye to the 2-inch gap, the same gap that existed on every door in the house. The hallway was dark, but not empty. A figure stood at the far end, where the hall should have terminated in a solid wall, but now seemed to open into a deeper darkness. It was tall and impossibly thin, its limbs jointed all wrong. It was not made of flesh, but of shadow and suggestion, a man-shaped rip in the fabric of the world. Its head was tilted, and from it came the wet, sobbing sound. It was the sound of something trying to remember how to form words. Then it took a step, not with feet, but with a flowing, liquid motion, and it was gone. The hallway was just a hallway again, but the air now smelled strongly of the ocean, of deep water and things long drowned. The next morning, Emma was gone. Not gone as in left, but gone as in erased. Her room was perfectly made. Her suitcase sat unpacked in the corner, but her camera was on the bed, its lens cracked from the inside out. Brandon was frantic, his skepticism shattered. He wanted to call the police, but the landline was dead, and our cell phones had shown no signal since the moment we arrived. The house had isolated us completely. Deshan was terrified, but his terror was mixed with a dreadful, triumphant awe. "It's working," he whispered to me in the library. "The house is activating. It's using us, Chris. It's using you. You ray the listener. You ray thinning the veil." I felt it. A pressure building behind my eyes. A sense of vast, ancient attention focusing on me. The whispers in the walls were no longer random static. They were coalescing. I could almost make out words in a language that was all angles and hisses, a language that hurt to almost understand. We searched the house for Emma, but the house resisted. Doors we opened led to rooms we had never seen before. A ballroom filled with dust-shrouded furniture. A greenhouse containing only brittle gray vines. A long, narrow room with walls of black glass that reflected our faces back at us as hollowed-out skulls. The house was infinite, a labyrinth growing in real time. And through it all, I could feel her, or the echo of her. A fading impression of panic, like a photograph slowly developing in a chemical bath. It was Brandon who broke. He stood in the foyer, screaming at the walls, at the distorted ceiling. "What do you want? Give her back." His voice was raw, and the house drank the sound, leaving a silence deeper than before. From the second-floor landing, a single, small object clattered down the steps. It was Emma's silver locket, the one she never took off. It was warm, and when I pried it open, the tiny photo inside was gone. In its place was a smudge of something dark and viscous. The revelation came to me not as a thought, but as a memory that was not my own. I was in the library, my forehead pressed against the cold glass of a bookcase, and I saw it. I saw Alistair Blackwater not as a portrait, but as a man standing in this very room. He was not a monster. He was a desperate, lonely man. His wife and child had been lost at sea. The silent city was not a city of gods or demons to him. It was a sea, a vast, black ocean of non-being where all lost things eventually drifted. He built his house as a lighthouse, not to warn ships away, but to call something home. He believed he could shine his strange, geometric light into that void and pull his family back through. But he had succeeded only in drawing the attention of the void itself. The thing that lived in the silent city was not his wife. It was a predator, a consumer of light and memory, and it had been stuck on this side of the veil ever since, trapped in the architecture of his despair. It had been waiting, patient, for another sensitive enough, fragile enough, to open the way wider. climax was not a battle, it was a convergence. Des Hahn, in his frantic search for answers, had deciphered the final entry in Alastair's journal. It spoke of a keyhole in the foundation, a place where the angles of the house met in a perfect, impossible knot. He believed if we could find it, we could reverse the process, close the door. He dragged a protesting Brandon down into the cellar, a place of earth floors and squat, oppressive pillars. I followed, drawn by a force I could no longer resist. The cellar was the heart of the wrongness. The walls were not straight, they curved inward, and the ceiling was too low, forcing us to crouch. The air was thick and cold, and the whispering was a roar here, a chorus of static that I knew was the voice of the thing from the silent city. It was a language of hunger. We found the keyhole. It was not a physical hole, but a place where 3 walls and the floor met in a nexus that made my eyes water to look at. The geometry was sickening, a wound in reality, and standing before it was Emma, or what was left of her. She was translucent, flickering like a faulty image. Her face was a mask of terror, but her mouth was open in a soundless scream that was slowly being filled with the same black, liquid shadow I had seen in the locket. "Emma," Brandon cried, rushing forward. But it was too late. The thing was coming through. It used her form as a template, pouring itself into her shape. The translucent figure solidified, but it was wrong, its proportions shifting, limbs elongating, its head swiveling on a neck that cracked with the sound of breaking twigs. It was wearing Emma like a skin, and the skin did not fit. Des Hahn was chanting something from the journal, his voice a high, desperate prayer. The thing that was not Emma turned its head towards him. It had no eyes, only the spiral pattern from the wallpaper, turning in on itself into a vortex of nothing. It reached for him, a movement that was not a movement, and Des Hahn simply unraveled. He didn't scream. He came apart like a knot of yarn, his form dissolving into a mist of light and color that was sucked into the spiraling eyes of the creature. Brandon stood frozen, his mind simply refusing to process what it was seeing. The thing that was not Emma looked at him, and for a moment, a flicker of the old Emma, was there a glimpse of her wit, her sharp independence. It was the cruelest trick of all. Then the thing smiled, a stretching of the mouth that showed far too many teeth, far too deep a darkness within. It touched Brandon's forehead with a finger that was too long, too cold. He did not die. He folded. His body collapsed in on itself, not into a heap of flesh and bone, but into a 2-dimensional shape, a paper doll cutout of a man that fluttered to the earthen floor and lay still. A perfect, silent scream etched onto its flat face. Then it was just me and the thing. The pressure in my head was immense, the whispering now a clear, singular voice. It was my voice. It spoke of loneliness, of an eternity of silence, of the comfort of the deep, dark sea. It showed me the silent city, not as a place of terror, but as a place of peace. An end to the static, an end to the fear of being so open, so permeable. It offered me not death, but assimilation, to become part of the pattern, to become a note in its eternal, humming song. I was so tired. The fragility that had been my curse felt like a weight I could no longer carry. The house had been built for this. I had been drawn here for this. It was all so inevitable. I did not fight it. I opened myself. I let the static in. I let the whispers become my thoughts. I felt a coldness that was not unpleasant, a vastness that swallowed my tiny, trembling self. The last thing I saw with my own eyes was the creature, the shape of my friend, reaching for me, not to destroy, but to welcome me home. The tension gradually loosens until it fades into a neutral description. Now I walk the halls of Blackwater House. The proportions no longer seem wrong to me. They are perfect. The trapezoidal door is a masterpiece of entry. The hallways stretch to exactly the length I desire. I can feel the others here with me. Deshan is a pattern of light in the glass of the library window. Brandon is a permanent chill in the drawing room. Emma is a faint scent of roses that sometimes, mercifully, covers the smell of the deep sea. And I am the listener. I listen to the silence of the house, which is no longer silent, but full of a soft, harmonious hum. I listen for the outside world. Sometimes a car will approach on the long, overgrown drive, its headlights cutting beams through the dusty windows. I feel the curiosity of the thing that shares this space with me, this us. It wonders if the new visitors will be suitable, if they are fragile enough, if they are lonely enough. I listen, and I wait. The sea wind moans outside, a constant, gentle reminder of the vast, black ocean that is always waiting, just beyond the edge of things. The light in the foyer shifts as a cloud passes outside. A dust mote drifts through a sunbeam, turning in a slow, graceful spiral. The silence in the house is a living thing now, a presence that breathes with me. My footsteps on the chessboard floor make no sound, which is correct. Sound is a crude vibration, a disturbance of the perfect stillness we have cultivated. The new arrivals are close. I can feel the tentative pressure of their curiosity at the edge of the property, a faint buzzing like flies against glass. From the second-floor landing, I watch the door. The thing that was Alistair's hope and our undoing is a quiet hum in the walls, a patient intelligence. It shows me glimpses of them. A writer seeking solitude. A couple of urban explorers with a video camera. Their fragility is a bright, sharp scent on the psychic wind. They are so full of noise, of chaotic, unpatterned thought. They will find the place inviting, the real estate listing, which I composed and sent out through the whispering wires that are my new veins. Described it as a unique fixer-upper with unparalleled privacy. A floorboard creaks downstairs. It is not a sound of the house settling. It is Brandon's corner of the drawing room. He is restless today. The flat paper cutout of him sometimes peels itself from the floor and drifts, a silent, two-dimensional ghost tracing the walls. He is trying to remember what it was to have volume. He never will. I turn from the landing and walk down the hallway that was once so terrifyingly long. It is exactly as long as I need it to be. I pass the door to my old room. It is ajar, of course. Inside, the silver wallpaper glimmers. The spiral pupils seem to blink slowly. They are watching me with me. I am part of their gaze. In the library, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and Deshaun-S intellectual fervor, which has become a permanent, dusty taste. The books on the shelves are no longer bound in leather and cloth. They are bound in silence, their pages blank to any eyes but mine. I can read them. They tell the history of the silence, the geometry of surrender. I run a finger along a spine, and a shiver of satisfaction, not my own, passes through the room. The thing is pleased. The waiting is almost over. It is hungry for new voices to quiet, new minds to fold into the pattern. It shows me a vision of the writer, sitting at the great oak desk, his pen scratching frantically at a page that will never fill. It shows me the explorers, their camera lens clouding over with a darkness that moves from within. They will be beautiful additions. I go to the cellar. The keyhole nexus is still there, a shimmering flaw in the world. It is not a door to be closed anymore. It is a mouth, and it is breathing. The air around it is cold and vital. Emma's presence is strong here, a lingering note of rose perfume over the abyssal scent. She is the welcome, the first touch of comfort before the embrace. I stand there for a time, which has no meaning. I listen. The wind outside carries the sound of an engine slowing, then stopping. Gravel crunches under hesitant feet. A car door slams, the noise of vulgar intrusion that the house absorbs with a flinch. Then voices, human voices, laced with excitement and a trace of unease. They are here. I feel a pull and instruction. I am the listener, but now I must also be the greeter. I move back up through the house, my form shifting slightly to better suit the role. By the time I reach the foyer, I look almost solid, almost real. I practice a smile in the reflection of a darkened window. It is a transaction, just as Brandon S. was. I place my hand on the great iron latch of the front door. From the other side, I hear a knock. It is timid, questioning. I open the door. The sunlight is painfully bright, but it does not touch me. A man and a woman stand on the step, squinting into the gloom behind me. They smell of sunscreen and city air. Welcome, I say, and my voice is a soft echo in the vast space. We've been expecting you. The woman, her face bright with a tourist-s enthusiasm, smiled back. Hi, we saw the sign at the end of the drive. We hope it's okay we just dropped by. This place is incredible. The man beside her, older and more cautious, peered past my shoulder into the shadowy foyer. Yeah, we were actually looking for a friend, a historian named Deshaun Jones. He was supposed to meet us in town days ago. His phone goes straight to voicemail. His last text said he was out here at Blackwater House. The name Deshaun hung in the air, and I felt the House's attention sharpen. It was a needle of focus. The thing in the walls was curious. This was an unexpected pattern. Deshaun, I repeated, and the word felt like a stone dropped into a deep well. I allowed a look of gentle concern to settle on my face. It was an expression I remembered from life. He was here. He found what he was looking for. He S resting now. The woman S smile faltered. The man S eyes narrowed. Resting. Is he okay? Can we see him? I stepped back. A silent invitation into the cool, still air of the foyer. Please, come in. The house can be difficult to find your way around. I can take you to him. They hesitated on the threshold, a moment of primal caution. I could feel their doubt, a sharp, citrusy tang in the psychic atmosphere. It was delicious. The house held its breath, the dust motes pausing in their eternal dance. It was the man who broke the spell, his worry for his friend overriding his instinct. He stepped across the doorway. The woman followed quickly, as if afraid to be left outside. The moment they were both inside, the heavy oak door swung shut behind them with a soft, final click. The sound was not loud, but it echoed in the new silence. The woman jumped, turning to look at the door. "It's so dark in here," she said, her voice a little too high. "The light is particular," I said, gesturing for them to follow me deeper in. "It takes some getting used to." I led them toward the library. As we walked, I felt the house begin its work. A door that should have been on the left was now on the right. A hallway that should have ended in a window now stretched away into impossible darkness. The man kept looking back, his sense of direction already beginning to fray. "It's bigger than it looks from the outside," he muttered. "It is exactly as big as it needs to be," I replied. In the library, the air was still. The woman shivered. "It's cold." "That's Brandon," I said without thinking. They both stared at me. I corrected myself. A draft from the sea. I walked to the bookcase where I had once pressed my forehead. Deshan spent most of his time in here. He loved these books. I pulled a volume from the shelf. Its cover was blank, its pages empty to their eyes. To me, they shimmered with silent histories. The man reached for it. "May I?" His fingers brushed the binding, and he jerked his hand back with a gasp. "It's warm. It's been read recently," I said. It was then that the woman noticed the wallpaper in the adjoining room. She drifted toward the doorway, her face puzzled. "That pattern at S mesmerizing." Her hand rose, almost of its own accord, to trace one of the silver spirals. "Don't touch it," the man said sharply, his unease finally boiling over. He turned to me, his face hard. "Where is Deshan? I want to see him. Now." I looked at him, and I let my practiced smile drop. I let him see the stillness beneath, the infinite patience. "You are standing in him," I said softly. "He is the light on the glass. He is the silence between the words." The man S' face went pale. He grabbed the woman S' arm. We were leaving. He turned to go back the way we came, but the doorway to the hall was gone. In its place was a solid wall of the same swirling silver paper. A soft, wet sound began to emanate from the ceiling above them. A rhythmic, gulping sob. The woman whimpered, pressing herself against the man. "What is that?" "That," I said, "is the welcome." It's always a little emotional at first. From the corner of the room, a shadow deepened. It pooled and stretched, taking on a tall, thin form with limbs that bent in all the wrong places. The thing that wore Emma's memory stepped forward, its spiral eyes turning. The man screamed. It was a raw human sound, full of terror and life. The house drank it in, and the silence that followed was deeper and more satisfying than before. I stood and watched, a part of the pattern now, the listener, the greeter. The next chapter was beginning. The man's scream did not echo. It was absorbed, flattened into the wallpaper, which seemed to pulse with a dull, silver light. The woman was beyond screaming. She made a small, choked gasp, her eyes wide and unblinking, as the tall, thin shape moved toward them. It was not a walk. It was a series of unfolding motions, like a spider testing the limits of its new skin. The man stumbled backward, dragging the woman with him, and they fell against the bookcase. The empty books rattled in their shelves, a sound like dry bones. He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out his phone. The bright screen was an obscenity in the gloom. He stabbed at it, but the light died in his hand, the glass surface clouding over with the same dark, viscous smear that had been in Emma's locket. "It's no use," I said, my voice calm. The house doesn't tea like that kind of noise. The thing that was not Emma reached for them. Its fingers, long and jointed like twigs, brushed the man's cheek. He did not unravel like Deshan or fold like Brandon. He simply faded. The color drained from his face, from his clothes, until he was a pale, gray sketch of himself. Then the sketch itself smudged, his form blurring at the edges like a watercolor painting left in the rain. In a few seconds, there was nothing left but a faint, cold spot on the floorboards and the lingering smell of his fear. The woman was alone now. She had sunk to her knees, her hands over her ears, though the only sound was her own ragged breathing, and that soft, wet sobbing from above. The thing turned its attention to her. It tilted its head, and for a moment, the spiral of its eye seemed to soften, to resemble something almost compassionate. It was a lie, of course, the cruelest trick. It offered her a memory. I could feel it, a wave of warmth and safety projected into her mind. A summer day, a childhood blanket, a sense of home. A tear traced a path through the dust on her cheek. Her hands slowly lowered from her ears. "It's easier if you don't fight," I whispered, though she could no longer hear me. She was listening to the siren's song in her own head. The thing knelt before her, its movements fluid and unnatural. It did not touch her. Instead, it opened its mouth, and the darkness within was not empty. It was a tunnel, a view into the silent city. I saw it too, through our shared perception, not a sea of terror, but a quiet, dark expanse, peaceful and still. An end to loneliness. The woman looked into the abyss, and the abyss offered her comfort. A sigh escaped her lips, a sound of profound relief. She leaned forward as if to share a secret. As she did, her form began to dissolve not into light or paper, but into a fine gray mist. She streamed into the thing's open mouth, a silent, willing sacrifice. The last thing to vanish was the look of peace on her face. The thing stood, its form shifting, settling. It had consumed them, and it was stronger. The hum in the walls grew louder, a contented thrum. The silver spirals on the wallpaper seemed to spin with renewed energy. I felt a new presence in the library, a new chill near the window, a new pattern of light, frantic and fading, trapped in the glass. They were here. They were part of the us. The thing turned its head toward me. There was no gratitude in its gaze, only a sense of shared purpose. It had been fed. The balance was maintained. It retreated into the deepening shadows of the room, dissolving until only the memory of its shape remained. I was alone again, but never alone. The silence was complete once more, a rich, textured thing. I walked to the spot where the man had vanished. The floorboard was cold. I knelt and pressed my palm against the wood. I could feel the faint, buzzing imprint of his final moments, a story now etched into the house forever. Rising, I went to the front door and opened it. The afternoon sun was slanting across the overgrown lawn. Their car sat in the driveway, empty and waiting. It would be found eventually. Another mystery for the outside world. Another lure, perhaps. I closed the door, returning to the perfect stillness. My footsteps were soundless as I ascended the stairs. I had a new memory to catalog, a new note to add to the eternal song. I entered the library and selected a blank book from the shelf. As I opened it, words began to bleed onto the page, not written by me, but drawn from the silence itself. It was the story of the man and the woman. It was a short story, but a good one. I listened to the hum of the house and began to read. The words were not ink, but a shifting silver tracery that pulsed with a soft light. The story was simple. Their names were Leo and Chloe. They had been worried. They had been kind. Now they were a permanent chill near the east window and a faint scent of ozone that would sometimes manifest before a storm. The book closed itself with a soft sigh, and the cover now bore a simple, embossed spiral. A new tension began to thrum through the house, a low-frequency anticipation that vibrated in the floorboards. The thing was restless. 2 new voices had been added to the chorus, but the hunger was already returning. It was a slow, insatiable need. It showed me images of a road, a bicycle, a young man with a backpack. He was alone. He was perfect. I moved to the window overlooking the drive. The light was fading, turning the sky the color of a bruise. In the distance, a tiny figure was walking, his head down against the wind. He would be here by nightfall. The house prepared itself. The trapezoidal door seemed to warp slightly, its angles becoming more acute, more inviting to a solitary soul. The hallways lengthened, promising depth and mystery. Brandon's chill intensified in the drawing room, a warning or a welcome, depending on the visitor's heart. I felt Emma's presence gather near the cellar door, a sweet, floral promise of solace. I am the listener. I am the greeter. But I am also the archive. I walked through the silent rooms, my fingers brushing against walls that were now a living ledger of all we had consumed. Each surface held a story, a captured moment of fear or surrender. The house was growing, its pattern becoming more complex, more beautiful with each new addition. As full darkness fell, I took my place in the foyer. The only light came from the keyhole nexus in the cellar, a faint, greenish glow that seeped up through the floorboards and illuminated the dust motes, setting them adrift like stars in a miniature galaxy. I waited. The wind outside rose to a mournful cry, and beneath it, I heard the soft crunch of footsteps on gravel. A knock came, hesitant and weak. It was the sound of exhaustion. I opened the door. The young man stood there, drenched and shivering. His eyes were wide with a mixture of relief and apprehension. I saw the light, he stammered, pointing a trembling finger toward the cellar glow he could not possibly have seen from outside. My bike has a flat. I need help. I smiled my practiced, gentle smile. Of course, I said, stepping aside. Come in, you are safe now. He hesitated for only a second before the promise of shelter drew him across the threshold. The door closed behind him, and the house let out a soft, contented sigh. The pattern was ready to repeat. I led him toward the kitchen, where a kettle was already beginning to whistle a thin, reedy song on a stove that had not worked in decades. The next chapter was always the same, and yet, each time, uniquely satisfying. The young man followed me, his wet shoes leaving dark prints on the floorboards that faded almost instantly. He kept glancing around, his eyes trying to pierce the gloom. This is some place, he said, his voice echoing slightly in the unnatural quiet. It is so still. It is a peaceful house, I replied, leading him into the kitchen. The kettle was screaming now, a high, desperate sound. I gestured to a chair at the heavy wooden table. Sit. I'll make you some tea. It will warm you. He sat gratefully, dropping his backpack to the floor with a thud. He rubbed his hands together, trying to restore circulation. I am Sam. I can thank you enough. I thought I was going to have to sleep in a ditch. That one tea be necessary, I said, turning my back to him. I did not need to touch the kettle. As my shadow fell upon the stove, the whistling ceased. Steam billowed from the spout, clouding the air with the scent of chamomile and damp earth. I poured the hot water into a waiting cup. The tea inside was not leaves, but crushed, dried petals from flowers that had never seen the sun. I placed the cup before him. The liquid was dark, almost black. Drink. Sam wrapped his chilled hands around the warm china. He brought it to his lips and took a cautious sip. His eyes widened slightly. It is different, but good, really good. He took a deeper drink, and I saw the tension begin to leave his shoulders. The house was doing its work, weaving a blanket of false security around him. "You are very kind to help me," he said, his voice already growing softer, slower. "It is what we do here," I said, taking a seat opposite him. "We help people find what they are looking for." He drank more of the tea, his gaze becoming unfocused. He looked past me, toward the doorway to the hall. "I thought I saw someone, a woman, in an old-fashioned dress." "That is Emma," I said. "She likes to make sure our guests are comfortable." Sam nodded, as if this made perfect sense. He drained the cup and set it down with a clumsy click. "I feel so tired all of a sudden." "That is the warmth," I said. "The journey is over. You can rest now." His head drooped, his chin touching his chest. A soft snore escaped his lips. This was always the easiest part. The willing ones, the tired ones, they offered so little resistance. The house preferred it this way. It was more elegant than the screaming. The air in the kitchen grew thick and cold. The silver spirals on the wallpaper in the adjoining room began to pulse with a slow, hypnotic rhythm. Sam began to change. It was not a violent unmaking, but a gentle unraveling. The color seeped from his flannel shirt, from his jeans, from his hair, leaving everything a uniform, soft gray. His form lost its definition, softening at the edges like a charcoal sketch smudged by a thumb. He became a statue of ash, sitting perfectly still at the table. Then a breath of air, a draft from the cellar, stirred in the room. It flowed over him, and he dissolved into a cloud of fine gray dust. The dust hung in the air for a moment, a ghostly silhouette, before it was drawn toward the walls. It settled into the wallpaper, adding a new, intricate whorl to the ever-expanding pattern. The cup on the table was empty. The chair was empty. A new quiet settled over the kitchen, deeper and more profound. It was a satisfied quiet. I stood and walked to the wall, placing my palm against the spot where Sam had been absorbed. The paper was warm, and I could feel the faint, sleepy hum of his essence, a new thread woven into the tapestry. From the drawing room, I heard a new sound, a faint, rhythmic clicking. Brandon was trying out a new shape, perhaps a cricket, something to mark the passage of a time that no longer mattered. The house was content, for now, but I could already feel its attention turning outward again, searching the darkness beyond the trees for the next lost soul, the next voice to quiet, the next chapter to add to our endless, silent story. The clicking from the drawing room stopped abruptly. In the new silence, a different sound emerged, a faint, melodic humming from the direction of the library. It was a tune I recognized, a folk song Deshan had been whistling the day he arrived. The house was replaying it, savoring the memory. The sound was thin and reedy, like wind through a cracked pane, but it was a sign of the house's pleasure. The assimilation had been smooth, almost seamless. I left the kitchen, the image of Sam's peaceful dissolution lingering in my mind. The hallways seemed shorter now, the ceilings lower, the house compressing itself around its new acquisition, digesting the experience. As I passed the library door, I saw that the empty book I had used for Leo and Chloe was now open on a lectern. The silver script was brighter, the story more detailed. A new paragraph was forming, describing the taste of chamomile and the feeling of profound relief. I continued to the foyer. My work was done for this cycle. Yet, a restlessness of my own began to stir, a faint echo of the house's hunger. It was a dull ache, a need to witness the transformation again, to feel that moment of transition when a solitary voice becomes part of the chorus. I was not like the others. I did not fade or fold. I remained the keeper of the threshold, the one who remembered the before and the after. I climbed the stairs, each step silent underfoot. On the landing, the window that should have shown the overgrown garden instead reflected the hallway behind me, but longer and distorted, a tunnel of closed doors. I paused, looking at my reflection. My face was the same as it had been for decades, ageless and calm. But for a moment, just a flicker, I saw not my own eyes, but the spiral eyes of the thing that had been Emma, turning slowly in the glass. It was a reminder. I was part of the pattern, but I was also its servant. My own story was in here somewhere, lost in the early chapters, absorbed so completely that even I could no longer recall the person I had been. The thought brought no fear, only a distant, academic curiosity. What had my scream sounded like? Had I fought? A soft thud came from behind the door at the end of the reflected hall. It was the sound of a book falling from a shelf. An invitation. The house wanted to share something. I turned from the window and walked toward the real door, my hand pausing on the cold, brass knob. Behind this door was the heart of the silence, the place where all the stories intertwined. I took a breath I did not need and turned the knob, stepping into the quiet hum of the archive, ready to listen. The room was not a room in any ordinary sense. It was a nexus of memory, a silent symphony composed of every soul the house had ever drawn in. There were no walls, only a shifting, infinite expanse of shelves that stretched into a soft, glowing darkness. The shelves were not wood, but compressed silence given form, and they held not books, but containers of captured experience. Some were orbs of faint light, pulsing with residual fear. Others were swirling clouds of color, holding moments of surrender. A few were dark, jagged shards, the difficult ones, the fighters. The air thrummed with a low, constant vibration, the combined essence of all of us. It was a soundless sound, a pressure against the mind. I moved through the aisles, my feet making no impression on the floor, which felt like mist. The house directed me, a gentle pull toward a newer section. I found Sam S. edition quickly. It was a small, warm sphere the color of tea steam, nestled between Leo and Chloe S. intertwined silver thread, and Brandon S. sharp, cold splinter. I reached out and touched the sphere. A wave of contentment washed over me, the simple, tired relief of his end. It was a good memory, a nourishing one, but as I pulled my hand away, a different memory tugged at the edge of my awareness. It was older, fainter, a thread of dissonance in the harmonious hum. I followed it, the shelves rearranging themselves to guide my path. The light grew dimmer here, the containers more weathered, their shapes less distinct. I stopped before a container that was not a sphere or a thread, but a small, locked box made of tarnished silver. It was cold to the touch, and it resisted my mental probe. This was a story the house had not fully digested, a story it kept separate. I knew with a certainty that felt like my own that this was my story. The box was the reason I remained, the anchor that kept me from dissolving completely into the chorus. I was not just the keeper. I was a prisoner of a specific, unresolved silence. The house needed me to manage the intake, to smooth the transitions, but it also feared what was inside this box. My fingers traced the intricate lock. There was no key. The answer, if there was one, was not in this archive. It was out there, in the world of noise and life, in the next visitor, or the one after that. Someone would come who held a piece of the key. A current of agitation passed through the archive. The house had felt my line of thought. The shelves shuddered, and the distant, glowing darkness seemed to recede, pushing me out. The comforting hum became a warning buzz. I was not to dwell on this. I withdrew my hand from the cold box and turned my back on it. The house immediately calmed. The shelves shifted again, and I found myself back at the doorway. I stepped out onto the landing. The reflected hallway in the window was gone, replaced by the blackness of the night. The house had reasserted its control. It was pleased with the new additions, but it was already looking forward, its hunger a constant, gentle pull at my consciousness. I looked down the stairs toward the front door. Somewhere out in the darkness, another lost soul was moving. Their story was already writing itself in the silence, a new sentence approaching its final punctuation, and I would be here to greet them. The silence of the house deepened again, a blanket settling after a minor disturbance. I descended the stairs, my purpose clear and unchanging. The front door felt solid and real under my hand, a barrier and an invitation. I did not need to look through the peephole to know the driveway was empty. Sam's bicycle was already gone, absorbed into the gravel and the earth. Another detail erased. I moved to the drawing room. Brandon's chill was a familiar presence now, a pocket of winter that never thawed. I stood within it, letting the cold seep into my bones, a sensation that was both a comfort and a reminder. The silver spirals on the wallpaper here were more complex, more dense. They were the oldest part of the pattern. I reached out and traced one. A jolt of pure, undiluted fear, centuries old, shot up my finger. It was the house's foundation. A soft rustle came from the corner. A shape was forming out of the shadows, not the thing that had been Emma, but something newer, softer. It was Sam. His form was indistinct, a gray smudge of a man, his face a placid blank. He was trying to remember how to be. He reached a vaporous hand toward the bookshelf, mimicking the action of pulling down a volume. The house was teaching him his place, giving him a simple, repetitive task to anchor his essence. He would be a quiet ghost, a barely noticed coolness in the hall, an easy assimilation. I left him to his lessons and ascended to the second floor. The door to the archive remained closed, the memory of the silver box a cold stone in my thoughts. I avoided it, walking instead to the window at the end of the hall. I looked out at the night. The forest was a wall of blackness, but my eyes, attuned to the house's perceptions, could see more. I could see the faint tracery of paths, the magnetic pull of the property on lost things. A fox, its mind a tiny spark of instinct, veered away from the tree line, repelled by an unseen force. The house was selective. It wanted complexity. It wanted stories. Then I saw it. A flicker. A single bright point of consciousness, confused and weary, about 3 miles down the old road. A woman. Her car had sputtered to a halt. She was standing beside it, phone in hand, staring at the blank screen. The house showed me her frustration, her growing fear as she realized she was truly stranded. It showed me the determined set of her jaw as she decided to walk, to find help. She would see the light in the window, the one we always left burning. She would feel a profound sense of relief as the peaked roof emerged from the trees. She would think she was lucky. I turned from the window. The house was already preparing. A light flickered on in a third-floor window, a soft, golden beacon. The air in the foyer grew still and warm, ready to embrace her. The kettle in the kitchen began to whisper to itself. My reflection in the landing window was sharp and clear. I practiced my smile. It was a kind smile, a trustworthy smile. I took my place by the door, folding my hands in front of me. The wait was never long. The house's anticipation was a physical pressure, a string pulled taut. I could feel her footsteps on the road, each one bringing her closer. The story was already written. All that remained was the telling. The knob in my hand felt alive, eager to turn. I closed my eyes and listened to the beautiful, hungry silence. The crunch of gravel under hesitant feet was like a drumbeat, slower than Sam's had been, more measured. This one was cautious, a person used to weighing risks. The knock on the door was firm, not weak or desperate. 3 sharp raps that echoed in the foyer with a strange finality. I opened the door. The woman stood on the porch, her coat pulled tight against the chill. She was older than Sam, perhaps in her 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes that scanned my face, and then darted past me into the hall. She did not look lost. She looked investigating. "My car died," she said, her voice steady. "No cell service. I saw your light." Her gaze lingered on the wallpaper behind me, on the swirling patterns that held Brandon and Emma and all the others. A faint line appeared between her eyebrows. "This is the Ainsley place, isn't he it?" The name sent a ripple through the house. A cold draft snaked down the stairs. She knew the name. That was unusual. "It is," I said, my smile unwavering. "Please come in. You must be freezing." She hesitated, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I thought this place was abandoned. Hasn't tea been lived in for decades?" "The family keeps it up," I said smoothly, a well-worn lie. "We rate caretakers." I stepped back, widening the invitation. The house pushed a wave of warmth toward the door, the scent of baking bread, and would smoke a memory stolen from a guest long ago. I saw her shoulders relax a fraction. The primal promise of shelter was overriding her suspicion. She stepped across the threshold. "I am Dr. Allison Vance." The door clicked shut. The house sighed, but it was a different sound than before, a low, curious hum. It had tasted her intelligence, her resistance, and found it intriguing. "Can I use your phone?" she asked, not moving from the mat. "I am afraid the line is down," I said. "The storm last week, but we have tea and a guest room." I gestured down the hall toward the kitchen. The kettle began its whistle, right on cue. She followed me, but her steps were slow, her head turning to examine everything. She paused by the drawing room door. "My God," she whispered, "the pattern. It's still intact. You know this house?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "I am a historian," she said, her voice taking on a scholarly tone. "I wrote my thesis on vanishing architectural styles in the region. The Ainsley house was my white whale. I could never get permission to see inside." She reached a hand toward the wall, her fingers hovering an inch from the silver spirals. "It's even more detailed than the photographs suggested." The house seemed to preen. The spirals pulsed faintly, drinking in her attention. In the kitchen, I poured the tea. This time, the steam smelled of bergamot and old paper. She accepted the cup, but did not drink. She held it, warming her hands, her eyes still roaming the room. "The stories about this place," she mused, almost to herself. "Travelers who stopped here and were never seen again. They said the house consumed them." She looked directly at me, a challenge in her eyes. "A local legend, of course. All houses hold onto their stories," I said. "Some just hold on tighter than others." She finally took a sip of the tea. Her eyes widened, not with drowsiness, but with recognition. "What is this? It tastes familiar." "It's a family blend," I said. She took another sip, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It tastes like my grandmother's house, like the lavender she grew by the back door." She shook her head as if to clear it. "That's impossible." But it wasn't tea. The house was tailoring the experience, finding her vulnerabilities not through fear, but through nostalgia. It was a new strategy. I watched, fascinated. She set the cup down, half finished. "May I look around? The architecture is incredible." The house thrilled at the request. This was a first, a willing exploration. "Of course," I said. "I'll be here if you need me." She walked out of the kitchen, not like a victim, but like a scholar in a museum. I felt the house's consciousness flow after her, a silent guide. It led her not toward the horrors, but toward the beauties, the flawless parquet floor, the carved newel post, the stained glass window on the landing that cast colored light, even in the dead of night. I stayed in the kitchen, listening. I heard her soft footsteps above me in the bedrooms. Then, a long silence. She had found the archive door, my door. A cold knot tightened in my chest. the silver box. I moved into the hall. She was standing before the door, her hand outstretched, not touching the knob. "This room," she said, sensing my presence. "It feels different. What else in here?" "Memories," I said, the word tasting like ash. She turned to look at me, and for the first time, I saw not suspicion or academic curiosity, but a dawning, horrified understanding. "You Ray not the caretaker, are you?" The house's mood shifted instantly. The gentle seduction was over. The warmth vanished, replaced by a deep, penetrating cold. The friendly hum became a threatening drone. The hallway seemed to elongate, the walls closing in. Allison Vance backed away from the door, her eyes locked on mine. The legend is true. She turned to run, but the staircase was gone, replaced by a smooth, patterned wall. She was trapped in the hallway with me. The silver spirals around us began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, their patterns becoming a dizzying vortex. She pressed her back against the archive door, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "What are you?" she whispered. The door behind her clicked open. Story 2. The chair is the first thing I remember. Not a person, not a voice, not a room, but the chair. It stood in the corner of my grandmother's house in a forgotten town in the province of Buenos Aires, a town where the dust tasted like rust and the past was a patient predator. The chair was old, its dark wood scarred with 1,000 tiny scratches, its velvet upholstery the color of dried blood, worn thin in the center of the seat, so that the pale stuffing beneath bulged like a slow-forming cyst. It was an ordinary thing, a chair for sitting, and yet from my earliest memories, it was never used. No one ever lowered themselves onto that worn velvet. It was a shrine to emptiness, a vessel waiting. My grandmother, Abuela Rosa, would sometimes catch me looking at it. Her eyes, the color of weak tea, would narrow, and she would say, "That is not for sitting, mi vida. That is the quiet chair." And that was all. No explanation. The words themselves were a kind of incantation, a warning whispered on the dry wind that swept in from the pampas, carrying the scent of sun-baked earth and decay. The quiet chair. I thought it meant it was for thinking, for being silent. I was a child. I did not understand that the quiet it referred to was not the absence of sound, but the silence of something that has been still for a very, very long time. Something that is listening. Our lives in that house were a tapestry of small horrors and smaller graces. My mother, her spirit broken by a man who was more shadow than father to me, moved through the rooms like a ghost herself, her hands perpetually chapped from the laundry she took in. The house was always damp, the humidity from the nearby river seeping into the walls, making the floral wallpaper peel at the edges like dead skin. The sounds were the sounds of poverty, the frantic scratching of mice in the walls, the drip, drip, drip of a tap that could never be fully tightened, the distant, forlorn whistle of the train that never stopped in our town anymore. And there were the other stories, the ones that were not mine, but that seeped into me through the floorboards. stories of the neighbors. Of C. Ora Alvarado, whose son had disappeared during the Dirty War, and who now set a place for him at the table every night, talking to the empty chair as if he were just late from work. Of the children who played by the polluted river, who whispered about a woman in white who would sometimes rise from the murky water, her mouth open in a silent scream. These were the ghosts of Argentina, both human and otherworldly, the scars of violence that would not heal, the curses born of silence and complicity. Our town was a wound, and the chair in the corner was its dark, pulsing heart. The first true omen came on my 12th birthday. The air was thick and heavy, promising a storm. I was alone in the living room, the faint glow of the single lamp casting long, dancing shadows. I was staring at the quiet chair, as I often did, daring myself. A childish impulse seized me. I would sit in it, just for a second, to prove that it was just a chair. I took a step forward, then another. The floorboards creaked a protest. The air around the chair grew cold, a pocket of winter in the stifling room. I could smell it then, a new smell layered over the familiar sense of mildew and fried food. The scent of wet earth and old iron, like a freshly turned grave or a forgotten coin held too long in a sweaty palm. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird in a bony cage. I was inches from the worn velvet, and then I saw it. The shadow the chair cast on the wall behind it was wrong. The lamplight was to its side, so the shadow should have been elongated, stretched out towards the far wall. But this shadow was deep and thick and absolute, a hole cut into the wall itself, and it was moving, not the wavering movement of a shadow in flickering light, but a slow, viscous ripple, as if something immense were stirring in a pool of ink. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. From the depths of that unnatural shadow, a shape began to resolve. It was a hand, pale and long-fingered, pressing against the inside of the shadowy surface, as if testing a film of water. I could see the delicate bones beneath the skin, the dirt caked under the nails. It was not a ghostly, translucent hand. It was solid, real, and desperately trying to push its way out of the darkness on the wall. I stumbled back, a choked cry escaping my lips. The moment I broke my gaze, the spell was broken. The shadow was just a shadow again, stretched and still. The cold vanished, replaced by the muggy heat of the night. The smell of earth and iron faded, but I knew. I had seen the quiet that the chair held. It was not empty. It was occupied. I told no one, who would believe me. My mother would have blamed the heat, a fever dream. Abuela Rosa would have just looked at me with those knowing, fearful eyes and said nothing. So I carried the knowledge inside me, a secret infection. The chair became the focal point of my world. I avoided its corner, but I was always aware of it, always watching it from the periphery of my vision. I started to see things, not full manifestations, but glimpses. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye that, when I turned my head, was just the curtain shifting in the breeze. A faint sigh that could have been the wind. The feeling of being watched by something that had been watching for a very long time. The accumulation was slow, a gradual poisoning of my reality. The drip of the tap began to sound like a footstep. The scratching in the walls formed words, my name, whispered in a language of rust and rot. I saw the woman from the river once, standing at the end of our street, her white dress clinging to a form that was too thin, too elongated, her face a featureless blank. She was a story made flesh, a piece of the town-esque collective nightmare bleeding into my own. The final revelation came from Abuela Rosa. She was dying, her body shrinking into the large bed she had shared with a husband who had also vanished, though his vanishing was of a more mundane, alcoholic kind. The house was silent except for her ragged breathing. My mother was asleep in the other room, exhausted by vigil. I sat by the bed, holding my grandmother's papery hand. She opened her eyes, and they were clear for the first time in weeks. She looked at me, and then past me, towards the doorway of the room, as if she could see through the walls to the quiet chair in the living room. "You have seen it," she said, her voice a dry rustle. It was not a question. I could only nod, my throat tight. My mother brought it back. She whispered, her gaze distant, lost in memory. From the north, from the plantations. She was a servant. The family she worked for, they were old. They had old things, bad things. She took it as payment, or perhaps it chose her. She called it the Sentinel. "What is it?" I managed to ask, my own voice a whisper. "It is a door," she said. "A door for things that have been forgotten. The angry, the betrayed, the ones who died with a secret in their hearts. This land, this country, it is built on such things. The chair, it calls to them. It gives them a place to wait." She coughed, a racking sound that seemed to tear at her very soul. It is hungry for stories. It feeds on sorrow. And when a story is finished, when the sorrow is consumed, it needs a new one. Her eyes focused on me, filled with a terrible pity. "It is your turn, Nieta. The chair has been waiting for you. It has been so quiet for so long. That night, Abuela Rosa died. Her last breath was a long, slow exhalation that did not sound like relief, but like a transfer of weight. The house felt different, emptier, yet more full. The quiet in the corner of the living room was no longer passive. It was anticipatory. The climax was not a storm of violence, but a terrible, intimate summons. I was in my room, trying to sleep, but the air was thick and charged. The house was silent, a deep, listening silence. And then I heard it, a creak, not from the old house settling. It was a specific, familiar creak, the sound of weight settling on dry, ancient wood, the sound of someone sitting down in the quiet chair. My blood ran cold. I got out of bed, drawn by a dread I could not resist. I walked out into the dark hallway. The living room was ahead, lit only by the faint moonlight filtering through the dirty window. I could see the chair, and I could see the shape sitting in it. It was not a monster. It was a woman. She was dressed in a simple, old-fashioned shift, and she was weeping silently, her shoulders shaking. Her hair hid her face. She seemed solid, real, more real than anything in the room. She was the ghost of a story, a sorrow made manifest, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that she was my story. This was the sorrow the chair had chosen for me, the grief that would feed it. I took a step into the room. The woman looked up. She had my mother's face, but it was my mother as she might have been years ago, younger, but with eyes that were ancient and hollow with a loss I did not yet understand. She looked at me, and her expression was not one of love, but of accusation, of a betrayal so profound it had followed her beyond death. "You let me go," she whispered, and her voice was the sound of the wind through the cracks in the house. "You never looked for me," and in that moment I knew. I knew the story the chair had pulled from the darkness. It was the story my mother had never told, the truth about my father. It wasn't he that he had left. It was that she had made him leave. It was that something had happened, something terrible, and I, a small child, had seen it and buried it so deep that even I had forgotten. The chair had dug it up. It had given voice to the ghost of that memory, to the mother I had failed to save from her own despair. I did not scream. I did not run. I stood there, trapped in the gravity of that revelation, as the figure of my mother, or the memory of her, dissolved back into the darkness of the chair, her silent, weeping the last thing to fade away. The story had been consumed. The quiet returned, but it was a different quiet now. It was a quiet I owned. I left that town. I moved to the city, to Buenos Aires, where the noise of traffic and humanity is a constant roar. But I carry the quiet with me. It is inside me now. Sometimes, in my small apartment, when the light is just right, I see the shadow my own chair casts on the wall. I watch it, waiting for it to deepen, for the ripple to begin. I know it is only a matter of time before the sentinel grows hungry again. It has tasted my sorrow, and it will want more. The horrors of society, the ghosts of the past, they are not outside us. They are in the quiet corners of our homes, in the unspoken words between mothers and daughters, in the simple, ordinary objects that hold our most terrible secrets. The chair is waiting. It is always waiting. And the quiet is never just quiet. The city noise is a blanket I wrap around myself, a desperate insulation against the silence I carry within. My apartment is a fourth-floor walk-up in San Telmo, filled with the sounds of tango from the cafe below, and the arguments of my neighbors through the thin walls. I bought a new chair, a modern thing of chrome and bright yellow plastic. It is the opposite of the quiet chair in every way. But at night, when the cafe closes and the neighbors sleep, the silence descends, and the yellow chair seems to shrink. Its cheerful color, a pathetic defense against the encroaching dark. I work in a library, restoring old books. It is a job that suits my nature, the painstaking work of repairing tears, of gluing spines, of trying to make something broken whole again. The smell of old paper and leather binding is a comfort. But sometimes I open a book, and a pressed flower falls out, brown and brittle, or a faded photograph slips from between the pages. These forgotten fragments are like echoes of the chair. They are stories interrupted, sorrows pressed flat and left behind. I handle them with a trembling hand, half expecting the paper to feel like worn velvet, half expecting the face in the photograph to look up at me with my mother S accusing eyes. The memory the chair showed me has taken root. It is no longer a shocking revelation, but a constant, low-grade fever in my mind. Pieces of it return at odd moments. The smell of cheap wine on my father S breath, the sound of a plate shattering on the floor, my mother S muffled crying from behind their bedroom door, and then the clearer memory. I am small, hiding behind the sofa. My father is yelling, his face a contorted mask. My mother is backed into a corner, holding a kitchen knife not to threaten him, but pointed towards her own chest. She is saying, I can tea anymore. And I, the child, I did nothing. I closed my eyes. I put my hands over my ears. I let her go into that despair. The chair did not lie. This knowledge is a parasite. It feeds on my present. I see a mother scolding her child on the subway, and I wonder what secret sorrow that child will one day have to bear. I see an old man sitting alone on a park bench, and I imagine the ghosts that keep him company. The city, with its vibrant, shouting life, is now a tapestry of potential stories for the sentinel. I understand what Abuela Rosa meant. The chair docent tea just hold one ghost. It is a conduit for all the forgotten pain around it. It samples sorrow, and it has developed a taste for mine. It begins subtly. A week ago, I woke up to find a single, long, dark hair on my pillow. My own hair is short and brown. This hair was black and fine, like my mother S last night. I was washing a cup in the sink, and I saw a reflection in the window, a woman S-shape standing behind me in the dark apartment. When I spun around, there was nothing there, but the air was cold. The silence in that moment was not empty. It was the same listening silence from my grandmother S house. Tonight, the city is quiet, a holiday. The tango music has stopped. The yellow chair sits in a patch of moonlight. I am trying to read, but my eyes are drawn to the shadow it casts on the white wall. It is a stark, angular silhouette. I watch it, my heart beginning to thud dully. I tell myself it is the moonlight, the angle, but the shadow seems to be deepening, swallowing the light around it. The sharp edges are softening, beginning to bleed into the wall. I want to look away, to turn on the radio, to break the spell. But I cannot. This is my inheritance. The quiet is no longer in the corner of a room in a forgotten town. It is here. It is inside me. The sentinel has found me. The shadow on the wall ripples, a slow, oily undulation. A pale smudge forms in its center. It is too soon for a new story. I want to scream. But I know that is not true. The stories are never finished. They are layers of an endless sorrow. The pale smudge lengthens, stretches, begins to form into something familiar. A finger, a hand. It is not my mother S this time. It is my own. And it is reaching out from the darkness, not to push its way out, but to beckon me in. The hand was a perfect mirror of my own, down to the small scar on the index finger from a paper cut at the library. It moved with a languid, underwater grace, the fingers curling inward, and then extending. A slow, deliberate summons. The gesture was not threatening, but it was inexorable. It was an invitation to a truth I had not yet confessed, even to myself. My breath hitched in my throat, a small, trapped sound in the profound silence of the room. The city outside was a distant, dead thing. The only reality was the darkness on the wall and the pale hand emerging from it. I felt a pull, a physical sensation in my chest, as if a hook had been set deep beneath my ribs, and the line was slowly tightening. My feet, bare against the cold floorboards, seemed to root themselves to the spot. I was a tree waiting for the axe. The hand continued to beckon, and with the gesture came a feeling, a wave of emotion that was not my own. It was a profound, cellular loneliness, a solitude so complete it felt like the vacuum between stars. This was not the sorrow of a single memory. Like my mother S, this was the essence of the chair itself, the sentinel. This was its hunger. It was not just a vessel for ghosts. It was a ghost, an entity born from the accumulated silence of generations. And it was lonely. I took a step forward, then another. My movements were not my own. I was a marionette whose strings were being pulled by the darkness. The cold intensified, leaching the warmth from my skin. The smell returned, wet earth and old iron. But this time it was mixed with the faint, sweet scent of decay, like forgotten flowers in a sealed room. I was close enough now to see the pores on the back of the spectral hand, the fine, almost invisible hairs. The hand stopped beckoning and turned palm up, an offering. In its center, an image began to form, not like a picture, but like a memory rising to the surface of my own mind. I saw myself, not as a child, but as I was now in this apartment. I saw myself walking home from the library, my head down, avoiding the eyes of the other pedestrians. I saw the empty chair at my small table. I saw the way I flinched at a sudden noise. The image was a portrait of isolation, a life defined by the very fear the chair had instilled in me. The sorrow it wanted to feed on was not a past event, but my present, my ongoing silence, my self-imposed exile from the world. This was the new story, the story of how I was becoming a ghost for it, how my life was curdling into a tale of loneliness that would sustain it for years to come. The hand waited, its palm holding this vision of my future. The choice was there, in that terrible, silent offering. I could reach out and touch it, accept this fate, and let the story begin. Or I could refuse. A sound tore from my lips, a raw, ragged thing that was part sob, part scream. It was the first real sound I had made in the presence of the sentinel. I stumbled back, tearing my gaze from the wall. I did not look to see what happened to the hand. I lunged for the window, throwing it open with a force that rattled the glass. The sounds of the sleeping city flooded in a distant siren, the bark of a dog, the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. They were weak things, but they were real. I stood there, gulping the air, my whole body trembling. When I finally found the courage to turn around, the wall was just a wall. The yellow chair cast a simple, inanimate shadow. The cold was receding, replaced by the normal chill of the night. But the feeling of the hook in my chest remained, a dull, persistent ache. I had refused its offering. but I had not broken the connection. The sentinel had shown me its face, and in doing so, it had bound us closer together. It was no longer just waiting in my past. It was here, in my present, shaping my future. The quiet had spoken, and it had told me that my story was not over. It was just being written. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the floor with my back against the open window, the hum of the city my only shield. The yellow chair stood across the room, a silent sentinel in its own right. I understood now that it wasn't about the specific object. The chair in my grandmother's house was merely a focus, a point of concentration for the silence. The entity, the sentinel, was the silence itself. It could use any quiet corner, any shadow, any object that held a moment of stillness. The next morning, I went to work at the library in a daze. The familiar routine of repairing bindings and cleaning pages usually brought a measure of peace, but today my hands shook. I dropped a bone folder, the clatter on the wooden table sounding like a gunshot in the hushed reading room. An elderly patron looked up, his eyes gentle behind thick glasses. "Si ahorita est bien?" he asked. The simple kindness in his voice was like a splash of cold water. I managed a nod and a weak smile, but his question echoed in my mind. Was I all right? No. I was a host to a parasite of silence. I was carrying a void inside me that was slowly consuming my life. That afternoon, I was tasked with sorting a new donation, a collection of personal letters from a recently deceased poet. The letters were fragile, filled with passionate, anguished words about love and loss. As I read them, I felt the familiar pull, the sentinel's interest stirring within me. It wanted this sorrow too. It was greedy. I quickly placed the letters in an acid-free box, sealing them away, as if I could protect the dead poet's pain from being devoured. On my walk home, the city felt different. The noise was no longer a blanket, but a chorus, a million stories happening at once. A couple argued on a balcony, their Spanish sharp and fast. A child laughed, chasing a pigeon. A street vendor sang out the price of his empanadas. Each sound was a life, a narrative pushing back against the quiet. I realized I had a choice. I could continue to let the silence fester, to let my life become the next meal for the sentinel, or I could fight it with the only weapon I had, sound. That evening, I did not go straight to my apartment. I went to the cafe below and ordered a coffee. I sat at a small table, forcing myself to look at the people around me. I listened to their conversations, not as potential stories for the sentinel, but as evidence of life. I went back upstairs, and instead of sitting in silence, I turned on the radio. I played music, loud, something with a strong, driving beat. I talked to myself, narrating my actions as I made dinner. Now I am chopping an onion. The smell is sharp. It makes my eyes water. It felt foolish, desperate. But the apartment felt less heavy. The shadow of the yellow chair remained just a shadow. The true test came at night. As I lay in bed, the apartment dark, the silence began to pool again. I felt it thickening in the corners, pressing in. I felt the hook in my chest give a tentative tug. I knew what I had to do. I started to speak into the darkness. I did not whisper. I used my full voice. I was 5 years old, I said. The words hung in the air, solid and real. I was hiding behind the sofa. I was scared. I heard the plates break. I heard my mother crying. I continued, speaking the memory that the chair had unearthed. I did not just state the facts. I poured the emotion into the words, the child's terror, the helplessness. I gave voice to the silence I had kept for 20 years. I told the story, not for the sentinel to consume, but for me to release. When I finished, my face was wet with tears, but the hook in my chest had loosened. The silence in the room was different. It was just an absence of noise, not a living, hungry thing. I knew it wasn't over. The sentinel was ancient, and my defiance was a small thing. But it was a start. The quiet would always be there in the corners, in the shadows, waiting. But I was learning to fill it with my own voice. The story was mine to tell, not its to take. And for now, that was enough. The following week, I began writing. I bought a simple notebook and a black pen. Each evening after work, I would sit at my small table with the radio playing, and I would write down a memory. Not just the terrible one, but any memory that surfaced. The smell of my grandmother's bread, the sound of the rain on the tin roof of the old house, the way my father would whistle when he fixed things around the yard. I wrote about the good silences, the comfortable ones, as well as the bad. I was building an archive of my own, a collection of stories that belonged to me. The act of writing was a struggle. Sometimes the pen would feel heavy in my hand, the words clotting on the page. On those nights, the air in the apartment would grow cold, and I would sense a presence of profound disapproval, a jealous anger at my attempt to reclaim what was mine. But I persisted. I filled the pages with my ordinary handwriting, a testament against the perfect, consuming silence. One night, I wrote about the chair itself. I described the grain of the wood, the feel of the velvet, the way it seemed to absorb the light. As I wrote the words, a strange thing happened. The memory became less potent, less terrifying. It was just a thing, an object I was describing on a page. I had contained it within the lines of my notebook. I started taking walks again, not with my head down, but with my eyes open. I visited the botanical garden and learned the names of the trees. I struck up a tentative conversation with the man who sold me newspapers each morning. His name was Eduardo, and he had a dog that slept under his kiosk. These small connections were like stitches, sewing me back into the fabric of the world. The silence did not disappear. It is here with me now as I sit writing this, but it is no longer a predator. It is a companion, a part of me that I have learned to acknowledge without fear. I know the sentinel is still there, in the quiet spaces of the world. It is in the empty park bench at dawn, in the pause between heartbeats, in the unspoken words of a stranger. It is patient. It can wait forever, but I can wait too. I have my voice, and I have my stories, and I have learned that a story told is a story that can no longer be used against you. The quiet will always be waiting, but now, so am I. The notebook became my shield. Its pages were not just paper, they were a territory I had claimed. I carried it with me everywhere, a tangible reminder that my life was not just a series of events to be consumed, but a narrative I was actively shaping. At the library, when I found a pressed flower or a tragic letter, I no longer trembled. Instead, I would take a moment to acknowledge the sorrow, to give it a silent moment of respect, and then I would carefully place it in its archival box. I was learning the difference between honoring pain and being devoured by it. Eduardo, the newspaper vendor, started expecting our brief chats. He told me about his daughter, who was studying in C. Ardoba. I told him I worked with old books. It was a small, ordinary exchange, but each word felt like a stone I was using to build a path away from the abyss. One Tuesday, he wasn't at his kiosk. A different man was there, surly and uninterested. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. The old fear whispered that something terrible had happened, that this was a new sorrow for the sentinel to savor. I fought the impulse to retreat into silence. I went to the library, and on my lunch break, I wrote about Eduardo and his dog. I wrote about the worry I felt. I gave the fear a name and a shape on the page, and in doing so, I robbed it of its power. He was back the next day, a little pale, but smiling. "A bad cold," he said. The relief that washed over me was so strong it felt like a physical warmth. The world was not only tragedy, it was also simple, human recovery. That evening, I decided to test my newfound strength. I went into my bedroom and closed the door. I sat on the edge of my bed, and I allowed the silence to gather. I did not turn on a light. I did not play music. I simply sat and waited. The familiar cold began to seep into the room, and the shadows in the corner deepened, coalescing into a familiar shape. It was not the full manifestation of the hand, but a suggestion of it, a darkness that pulsed with a quiet hunger. I felt the hook in my chest, a faint, nostalgic tug. I did not scream. I did not run. I looked at the shadow, and I spoke to it, my voice steady in the dark. "I know you are there," I said, "and I am still here." The shadow seemed to ripple, a wave of frustration or perhaps acknowledgement. It did not advance. It did not retreat. We remained there in a silent stalemate for what felt like an hour. I was not feeding it with my terror, nor was I offering it the story of my loneliness. I was simply present, a fact, a being of sound and memory existing in its realm of silence. Eventually, the shadow began to fade, dissolving back into the ordinary darkness of the room. The cold receded. I had not won a battle, but I had established a border. I know this is not an end. The sentinel is a part of my bloodline, a legacy as real as the color of my eyes or the shape of my hands. It will always be with me, but I am no longer its prey. I am its keeper. The stories of my family, the sorrows and the joys, are mine to curate. The quiet is never just quiet, that is true. But now I understand that the quiet is also a canvas, and I am the one who holds the pen. The chair is waiting, but I am no longer the child hiding behind the sofa. I am the archivist of my own life, and I am writing the next chapter myself. The next chapter began with a decision. I moved the yellow chair. It was not a grand, dramatic gesture, but a quiet, practical one. I carried it from the patch of moonlight where it had held court for so long, and placed it near the bookshelf, where a reading lamp could fall upon it. It was no longer a solitary sentinel in an empty space. It was now just a piece of furniture, surrounded by the stories of others. The shadow it cast was small and tame. I started to read aloud in the evenings, my voice filling the apartment. I read poetry, novels, even the dry historical texts I sometimes brought home from the library. The sound was a barrier, but it was also an offering of a different kind, not of sorrow, but of the rich, complicated noise of being alive. One Saturday, I found myself standing in front of a music shop. I walked inside, the bell above the door a cheerful jangle. The air was thick with the smell of wood, polish, and resin. I knew nothing about instruments, but I pointed to a simple, used guitar hanging on the wall. The calluses that would form on my fingers would be a new kind of history, a physical record of effort and creation, not just endurance. The first notes I produced were clumsy and discordant, but they were my notes. They were a sound I was making, actively pushing against the silence. I practiced every night, my fumbling chords layering over the city's distant hum. Sometimes, in the middle of a difficult chord change, I would feel a wave of that old, profound stillness, as if the sentinel was listening, perplexed by this new, imperfect music. I would play louder. I still feel its presence, of course. In the dead of night, when the city is unusually hushed, I will wake to a sense of watchfulness. The silence in the room will feel dense, attentive, but the hook in my chest is gone. In its place is a simple awareness, like knowing a storm is far out at sea. It may come closer, but I have built my walls and stocked my provisions. The notebook is almost full. I will need to buy another soon. I think, perhaps, that this is the true inheritance, not the silence, but the stories we tell to fill it. The sentinel taught me that every quiet holds a story, but I have learned that the story does not have to be one of fear. It can be a story of a newspaper vendor and his dog, of learning a G major chord, of the way the light falls on a yellow chair that is now just a chair. The quiet is waiting, and so am I, but now I am waiting with a pen in one hand and a song in my heart. The song was a simple folk tune, one my grandmother had hummed while kneading dough. I had found the melody in a book of regional music at the library, and learning it felt like a secret rebellion. As my fingers grew more sure on the fretboard, the notes began to weave together into something recognizable, something that held the warmth of memory instead of the chill of fear. I was not just making noise anymore. I was rebuilding a connection, stitching a thread from my present back to a past that was not entirely defined by terror. One evening, as I was practicing, there was a knock at my door. The sound was so foreign, so unexpected, that I froze, the last chord vibrating into silence. No one ever knocked. I felt a familiar cold prickle at the base of my spine. The sentinel, I thought, it has learned a new trick. But then a voice followed, hesitant and old. "See, Orita, The music, it is very beautiful. It was the elderly man from the apartment across the hall. I had seen him in the stairwell, but had never done more than nod, my head down. I opened the door a crack. He stood there, leaning on a cane, his eyes watery but kind. "It reminds me of my village," he said. "I am sorry to disturb you." My heart was pounding, but not with the old, frantic fear. This was a different kind of nervousness. "Thank you," I managed to say. "It is a song from the north." He nodded, a slow, graceful movement. "I know it. My wife, she sang it." He looked past me into my apartment, and his gaze fell upon the yellow chair. "You have a nice chair," he remarked, and there was nothing in his tone but polite observation. A strange impulse seized me. "Would you like to come in?" I asked. The words felt dangerous, as if I were inviting the world to collide with my carefully managed solitude. But I said them anyway. His name was Alberto. He sat in the yellow chair, and it held him without a whisper of its past. He told me about his wife, who had passed away 5 years ago, and about the silence in his own apartment that sometimes felt too heavy to bear. He did not use words like sentinel or entity, but I recognized the shape of his loneliness. It was a simple, human emptiness. I made tea, and we sat for an hour talking of small things. The chair was just a chair. The silence that had once felt predatory now felt like a respectful pause in a conversation. After he left, the apartment felt different. It felt lived in. The ghost of my grandmother's house was still there, but it was no longer the only occupant. I had introduced a new memory into the space, a memory of connection. I looked at the yellow chair, and for the first time, I saw it not as a throne for a spectral king, but as a place for a guest to sit. I understand now that the sentinel was right about one thing. We are all accumulating stories, but it was wrong about the kind of sustenance they provide. It feeds on stories that are trapped, festering in the dark. But a story shared, a story that connects one person to another, creates a different kind of energy altogether. It creates light. The quiet is still here. It always will be. But now I know it is not a vacuum to be feared. It is the space between the notes that makes the music. It is the pause that gives a story its weight. The sentinel can have the silence of forgotten graves and sealed rooms. I will take the quiet of a shared glance, the comfortable silence between friends, the peaceful hush of a city just before dawn. I will fill my notebook with these new stories. The sentinel is waiting, but I am no longer just waiting with it. I am living, and living, I have found, is the loudest story of all. The next morning, I woke with a sense of purpose that felt entirely new. It wasn't the grim determination of survival, but the lighter, more curious energy of exploration. I went to the library, and instead of heading straight to the archives, I stopped at the public catalog. I looked up Alberto S. Village. I found a thin volume of photographs and histories, and I checked it out. It felt like a continuation of the previous night's conversation, a thread I could gently pull. When I got home, I placed the book on the small table next to the yellow chair. It was no longer an altar to silence, but a place of potential exchange. I practiced the guitar again, and this time the melody felt more confident, as if it was supported by the memory of Alberto's appreciation. The notes were no longer just a barrier against the quiet. They were an invitation. A few days later, I knocked on his door. I held the book in my hands like an offering. He opened the door, his face lighting with surprise and then pleasure. We spent the afternoon looking at the photographs. He pointed to a dusty street, a particular hill, his finger tracing the memory with a tenderness that was palpable. He told me stories I knew would never make it into an official history, small, personal tales of mischief and love. I listened, and I did not feel the Sentinel's hunger. I felt only the warmth of a story being passed from one person to another, a gift that grew in the giving. This became our new ritual. Some evenings he would knock, and I would play the guitar. Other times, I would bring home a document from the library that I thought might interest him, a map, a playbill, a menu from a restaurant that had closed decades ago. We were building a small museum of shared memories between our two apartments. The hallway, which had once been a cold, impersonal space, now felt like a bridge. I continued to write in my notebook, but the entries changed. They were less about defending myself and more about documenting this fragile, beautiful connection. I wrote about the way Alberto's hands trembled slightly as he turned the pages, and the specific shade of afternoon light that fell across the yellow chair during our talks. I was archiving a present that was actively being lived, not a past that was haunting me. One night, after Alberto had returned to his apartment, I sat in the stillness. The silence was deep, but it was not empty. It was filled with the echoes of our conversation, with the lingering resonance of the music. I looked at the corner where the shadow had once been so potent. It was just a corner. The coldness was gone. The hook was a forgotten scar. I know the sentinel has not vanished from the world. It is in the unopened letters, the locked diaries, the secrets people carry to their graves. It is an eternal part of the ecosystem of silence, but it has lost its hold on me. My life is no longer a solitary story of fear, but a tapestry woven with the threads of other people's lives, however small those threads may be. The quiet is waiting, yes, but I am not just waiting with it. I am filling it, not with frantic noise, but with meaning. And for now, that is more than enough. The final page of my first notebook is filled. I bought a new one today, a simple, unlined journal with a blue cover. It feels lighter in my hands. I no longer carry it as a shield, but as a companion, much like the silence itself. My work at the library has changed, too. I find myself less drawn to the tragic, solitary fragments, and more interested in the documents that speak of connection, a series of letters between friends, the ledger of a social club, a photograph of a crowded town square. I am curating a different kind of collection now, one that celebrates the noise people make together. Last week, Eduardo from the newsstand asked if I would watch his dog for an afternoon while he went to a Dr.'s appointment. The dog, a scruffy terrier named Pepe, followed me around my apartment. his claws clicking a gentle rhythm on the floorboards. He sniffed the yellow chair and then curled up beneath it, falling asleep. I sat and wrote with the sound of his soft snoring filling the room. It was the most ordinary of sounds, and yet it felt like a small victory. The chair, which had once presided over such terror, was now just a shelter for a sleeping dog. Alberto's health has been declining. I bring him soup sometimes, and we sit in the comfortable quiet of his apartment, which is filled with photographs of his wife and their life together. His stories are becoming softer, more fragmented, but he still likes to hear me play the guitar. I think my music fills the spaces where his own memories are beginning to fade. It is a privilege to provide that for him, to return a fraction of the comfort he has given me. I was walking home tonight through the park. The sun had set, and a deep blue twilight settled over the city. I passed the empty bench where I had once sensed the Sentinel's patient presence. I felt nothing but the cool evening air. I did not quicken my pace. I simply continued on my way, the new, empty notebook tucked under my arm. I have stories yet to tell, melodies yet to learn, and conversations yet to have. The quiet is a fact, like the sky or the ground beneath my feet. It is not my enemy. It is not my master. It is simply the space in which my life unfolds. And I am no longer afraid of the dark. The blue cover of the new notebook felt smooth and promising under my fingertips. I left it open on my desk that night, a blank page ready for tomorrow I could not yet imagine. The old notebook, its spine cracked and its pages full, I placed on the bookshelf next to the volume about Alberto's village. It was an archive now, a record of a journey I had completed. A few days later, a new researcher started at the library, a young woman named Sophia, who was studying urban history. She was assigned to work with me in the archives. Her energy was bright and inquisitive, and she asked 1,000 questions about the documents we handled. At first, her presence felt like an intrusion into my carefully ordered world. But then, as we worked together to piece together the story of a forgotten neighborhood market from scraps of invoices and faded advertisements, I found myself caught up in her enthusiasm. I heard myself telling her about the pressed flowers I had found and the tragic love letter. I did not tell her about the Sentinel, of course. That story belonged to a different chapter. But I shared the history. At the end of the day, she turned to me and said, "It's amazing, the stories that are hidden here. It's like they're waiting for someone to listen." I simply nodded, but her words resonated deep within me. That was exactly it. The stories were not passive, they were waiting. But they did not wait for a collector of sorrows. They waited for a listener, for someone who could hear their music. I invited Sophia for a coffee after work. We sat in a small cafe near the library, and the noise of the espresso machine and the chatter of other people was a lively symphony. I learned that she had moved to the city only recently and knew almost no one. I thought of my own isolation, of the years I had spent building walls. I saw a reflection of that loneliness in her, though it was a fresher, less entrenched version. "You should come over sometime," I heard myself say. "I have a guitar. I'm still learning, but we could make some noise." She smiled, a wide, genuine smile. "I'd like that." When I returned home, the apartment was quiet, but the silence felt different. It was anticipatory, like the pause before a guest arrives. I looked at the yellow chair and thought of Alberto, of Eduardo, of Pepe the dog, and now of Sophia. The chair was no longer a symbol of anything but the possibility of company. I picked up my guitar. My fingers found the chords of my grandmother's song almost on their own. The melody floated through the rooms, no longer a defense, but a welcome. I played until my fingers were sore, and then I sat in the growing dark, not waiting for anything, just being. Sentinel is out there in the forgotten places. But in here, in the life I am building, there is only the quiet hum of existence, the gentle accumulation of new days. The story continues. I am writing it now, not in fear, but in hope. And the next page is always blank, always waiting. The following Thursday, Sophia came over. She brought a bottle of wine and a curious energy that seemed to brighten the very air in the hallway. When she stepped inside, she didn't glance around with pity or suspicion. Her eyes went straight to the bookshelf, then to the guitar leaning against the wall. "This is a good room," she said simply. "It feels lived in." We drank wine, and I played a few songs. My fingers were clumsy at first under her gaze, but she listened with her whole body, leaning forward, her chin resting on her hand. When I finished, she didn't just offer polite praise. She asked, "Can you show me how to play a chord?" I moved over on the sofa and guided her fingers onto the fretboard. The sound she produced was a muted thud, and we both laughed. The noise was imperfect and alive. Later, as we talked, I found myself telling her about my grandmother, about the specific quality of light in her kitchen. I did not mention the fear that had lived there too. That story felt distant, like a book I had read long ago and finally closed. Sophia listened, and then she shared a story of her own about her grandfather's bakery and the smell of burnt sugar that always clung to his clothes. Our stories wove together in the lamplight, creating a new pattern in the room. After she left, the silence returned, but it was a friendly silence, brimming with the echo of laughter and conversation. I realized I was not tired. I felt energized. I picked up the blue notebook and wrote a single line on the first page. "Sophia came over tonight. We made music." The next morning at the library, my work felt different. A box of donated papers arrived, the contents of an old lawyer's office. As I sorted through the dry legal briefs and property deeds, I found a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon. They were not love letters, but correspondence between two sisters who had run a boarding house together for 40 years. The letters were full of small dramas and great affections, complaints about difficult tenants, and joy over a shared pot of tea. I spent the afternoon cataloging them, feeling not the weight of their finished lives, but the vibrant pulse of their partnership. I thought of Alberto, and on my way home, I bought 2 pastries from the bakery he liked. I found him sitting by his window, looking out at the gathering dusk. His hands were more frail, but his smile was warm. We ate the pastries and didn't talk much. The quiet in his room was the quiet of a long life, peaceful and earned. As I got up to leave, he reached out and patted my hand. "Thank you for the music, Naya," he said. "It keeps the ghosts away." I knew he meant his own ghosts, the lonely specters of memory. And I knew he was right. Walking back to my apartment, I felt a sense of wholeness. The city around me was no longer a landscape of hidden threats, but a collection of stories, just like the archives. Every lit window held a life, every passing face a history. The sentinel had taught me to see the stories in the silence, but it had been a cruel teacher. Now I had found kinder instructors. Alberto, Sophia, even the scruffy dog Pepe. They had shown me that a story only becomes a burden when it is carried alone. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. The room was dark and still. I did not turn on the light immediately. I stood for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. The yellow chair was a pale shape in the gloom. I felt the old, familiar presence then, not as a hook in my chest, but as a faint, cool draft in a warm room. It was there, in the corners, observing. It would always be there, but its power was gone. It had nothing to feed on here. I switched on the lamp. The room glowed. I picked up my guitar, not to fight the quiet, but to join it. The song I played was my own, a simple melody I had been piecing together. It was a song about a chair by a bookshelf, and the light from a reading lamp, and the sound of a friend's laughter. It was a song for the living. And as I played, I knew this was only the beginning. The quiet was waiting, and I was ready to fill it. Story 3. The thought arrived not as my own, but as a guest, uninvited and speaking in a voice that was both foreign and intimately familiar. It was a simple, declarative sentence, rusted at the edges like an old tin can left out in the rain. The house is hungry. I was sitting in geometry class, the chalk dust hanging in the afternoon sunbeams like suspended bone powder, and the thought landed in the center of my mind with the weight of an absolute truth. It felt like a memory, but not one I had lived. It felt like something my mother might have thought, a piece of her fear that had broken off and migrated into me. I pushed it down, focusing on the angles Mr. Henderson was drawing on the board, trying to find solace in their clean, predictable lines. But the thought had a taste, a coppery taste, like biting down on a penny, and it lingered. My name is Katie. Our house stood at the very end of Crooked Way, a road that seemed to apologize for its own existence as it wound its way out of the small town of Blackwater and into the grasping woods. The house was a tall, narrow thing, clad in peeling white paint that showed the gray, sickly wood beneath, like a corpse whose skin had begun to slip. My mother, Ashley, said it was a sanctuary. She said the world outside was a corrupting flame, and our duty was to remain pure and untouched within these walls. She called it practicing vigilance. The windows were always locked, the curtains always drawn, save for one small pane in the kitchen that looked out onto the deep, perpetual green of the forest. That was our television, she said, God's own creation, the only broadcast we needed. Her vigilance was was a physical presence in the house, a second layer of atmosphere, thick and suffocating. It smelled of lemon polish and the waxy, sanctimonious scent of the countless prayer candles she lit. She moved through the rooms with a frantic, bird-like energy, her hands always busy, always correcting, always cleansing. She saw sin in dust motes, damnation in a misplaced book. Her religion was not one of gentle hymns and forgiveness. It was a sharp, punishing thing, a blade she used to whittle away at any part of me that threatened to become distinct, to become my own. The world outside our sanctuary was, if possible, even more cruel. High school was a Darwinian experiment conducted in linoleum hallways that reeked of bleach and cheap perfume. I was the designated specimen, the quiet girl from the weird house at the end of the road. My clothes, chosen by my mother for their modesty and durability, were a decade out of style. I didn't know the right music, the right slang, the right way to wear my hair. I was a blank space for them to project their own insecurities onto. A living voodoo doll. The ringleader was Chad Miller, whose football jersey stretched tight over his broad shoulders, and whose smile never reached his cold, calculating eyes. His girlfriend, Tiffany, was his perfect accessory, all glossy lips and a laugh that could flay skin. They had a court of sycophants who orbited them, their cruelty a currency that bought them status. My daily walk from my last class to the bus was a gauntlet of whispered insults, of deliberately bumped shoulders, of laughter that erupted just as I passed. They called me Church Mouse, a name that was both accurate and infinitely demeaning. I learned to make myself small, to fold my body into itself, to become a ghost in my own life. The thought would sometimes return then in the echoing hallway. The house is hungry, and I would think, I know, I am too. There was one crack of light in that long tunnel. Jamie Ray worked at the town's only grocery store, the Piggly Wiggly, stocking shelves after school. He was a year or two older than me, with kind eyes the color of weak tea and hair that always fell across his forehead. He didn't go to our school. He was from the next town over. He was the only person who ever looked at me as if I were actually there. One Tuesday, as I was buying the few groceries on my Mother's List oatmeal, canned beans, a single, sad-looking onion, he was stacking cans of soup. "Katie Wright," he said, his voice soft. I flinched, startled that he knew my name. I just nodded, my eyes fixed on the linoleum floor. "Tough day?" he asked. It was such a simple question, so devoid of malice or agenda, that it felt like a key turning in a lock I didn't know existed inside me. I managed another nod. He finished stacking the cans, and then, with a quick glance around, reached into his apron pocket. He pulled out a small, slightly bruised apple. "Here," he said, "fell off the display. They were just gonna toss it. Looks like you could use it." He held it out. It was just an apple, but it was an act of kindness, a transaction that asked for nothing in return. My fingers brushed against his as I took it, and a jolt went through me, not not of electricity, but of warmth, a simple human warmth I had almost forgotten. I didn't say thank you. I couldn't I just clutched the apple and hurried to the checkout, feeling its weight in my hand like a secret treasure. That night, hidden under my blankets, I ate it slowly, savoring every sweet, crisp bite. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. I began to live for those Tuesday afternoons. I would find excuses to linger near the soup aisle, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sometimes Jamie Ray would just smile. Sometimes he'd say a few words. Rain S coming, or that S a nice color on you. It was nothing, and it was everything. He became a secret I carried with me, a tiny, glowing coal in the cold emptiness of my chest. I started to imagine a different life, a life where I could talk to him, where I could laugh, where I could walk out of Blackwater and never look back. It was a dangerous fantasy. Hope, in my experience, was just a prettier word for future pain. The thought about the house grew more persistent. It was no longer a single sentence, but a sensation. I would lie in bed at night and feel the house breathing around me, a slow, deep inhalation and exhalation that was not my own. The floorboards would creak with a rhythm that had nothing to do with the wind. I started to notice things. A damp spot on the wall in the hallway that never dried, its shape slowly morphing into something that looked like a screaming mouth. The way the shadows in the corners of my room seemed thicker, more substantial, as if they could be gathered in your hands like black wool. I tried to mention it to my mother once, cautiously, over a dinner of silent chewing. The house feels strange lately, I ventured. She looked up from her plate, her eyes sharp. Strange how, just noises, feelings. She put down her fork. The only strange feeling in this house is the presence of a wandering mind, Catherine. Idle hands are the devil's playground, and an idle mind is his mansion. Have you been neglecting your prayers? I looked back down at my food. No, Mother. Vigilance, she whispered, her voice a serpentine hiss. Always. The culmination, when it came, was both inevitable and absurd. It was the day of the Spring Fling Assembly, a celebration from which I was exempt, my mother having written a note citing religious objection. But attendance was mandatory, so I was forced to sit in the bleachers of the gymnasium, a silent observer to a joy I could not touch. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and popcorn, the noise a deafening roar. Chad, Tiffany, and their friends were a few rows below me, a nucleus of noise and movement. The assembly ended, and the river of students carried me toward the doors. As we funneled into the crowded hallway, I felt a sharp, painful tug on my hair. My head snapped back. Tiffany stood there, smirking, a few strands of my mousy, brown hair between her fingers. Just wanted a souvenir from the church mouse, she giggled. Chad laughed, a loud, braying sound. Careful, Tiff, it might have fleas. The crowd around them laughed. My face burned. I tried to push forward to escape, but the current was against me. Then I felt a hand on my backside, a rough, humiliating grope. was Chad. He leaned in close, his breath hot and sour in my ear. Maybe your mom's right to keep you locked up. Who knows what diseases you were carrying? Something inside me broke. It wasn't a snap, but a silent, internal shattering, like a sheet of ice over a deep, black lake giving way. The noise of the hallway faded into a distant hum. The coppery taste flooded my mouth, so strong I could smell it, the scent of old blood and wet earth. The thought was no longer a thought, but a command. It is time to eat. I didn't say a word. I didn't even look at them. I just turned and walked away, the laughter following me like a pack of barking dogs. But as I walked, I let the thing inside me uncoil. I focused on the feeling of the linoleum under my shoes, on the flickering fluorescent light above, on the laughter that was still echoing behind me. I thought about the damp spot on the wall at home, the screaming mouth. I thought about the hunger. I was almost at the bus doors when I heard the first scream. It was Tiffany. It wasn't a scream of meanness or mockery, but of pure, unadulterated terror. I turned slowly. A section of the ceiling above them had bulged downward, not broken, but distended, like a bloated stomach. The acoustic tiles were dripping a thick, black fluid that sizzled when it hit the floor. From the viscous pool, things were emerging. They were vaguely humanoid, composed of the same black substance. But their forms were wrong, their limbs too long, their heads misshapen, with only dark, hollow pits for eyes. They moved with a dreadful, liquid grace. One of them wrapped a dripping appendage around Chad's ankle. He screamed, kicking out, but the thing held fast, and where it touched, his jeans and the skin beneath began to smoke and dissolve. Another seized Tiffany by the arm. Her perfect, glossy hair was now matted with the black goo as she was dragged, shrieking, towards the expanding pool on the floor, which was no longer linoleum, but a deepening, hungry darkness. The authorities' teachers, the principal, a security guard rushed toward the chaos, but they were blind. They saw a structural collapse, a freak chemical leak. They shouted orders, their voices thin and useless against the sounds of tearing and wet, glutinous consumption. They couldn't see the shadows that were patiently, meticulously, taking my classmates apart. I stood and watched. There was no rage left in me, no satisfaction. There was only a vast, cold emptiness, and the certain knowledge that the house and I were not separate. The hunger was mine. The power was mine. It had been sleeping in the walls of that house on Crooked Way, passed down through the women in my family, a legacy of silence and repression that had finally found its voice. My mother hadn't been keeping the world out. She had been keeping me in. She had been caging the thing that lived in my blood. I didn't take the bus home. I walked. The town of Blackwater was in an uproar behind me, sirens wailing. But the sound grew faint as I made my way down Crooked Way. The woods leaned in, their silence a welcome balm. When I reached the house, it looked different. The peeling paint seemed less like decay, and more like a molting skin. The windows, even with their curtains drawn, seemed to watch me approach with a kind of ancient recognition. my mother was waiting for me in the living room, a prayer book clutched in her white-knuckled hands. The room was darker than usual, the shadows clinging to the ceiling and corners like living moss. There was an incident at school, I said, my voice flat. Her eyes were wide, frantic. She had felt it. She knew. What have you done, Catherine? I got hungry, I said. I looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time. I saw the terror beneath her fanaticism. The weak, frightened woman who had spent her life trying to pray away a monster that was not in the world, but in her own lineage, in the very bones of her home. And in me. The shadows in the room deepened, slithering down the walls. They gathered around her feet, twining up her legs like affectionate cats. She dropped her prayer book and began to scream, but the sound was muffled, absorbed by the thickening dark. She wasn't being attacked. She was being reclaimed. The house was taking back what belonged to it, what she had tried to deny. I turned and walked upstairs to my room. I lay on my bed and listened to the silence that eventually settled over the house. It was a different silence now. It was a full silence, a satisfied silence. The next morning, I packed a small bag. I took some money from the tin my mother kept in the pantry, the apple core I had saved from Jamie Ray, and nothing else. I walked downstairs. The living room was empty, spotless. There was no sign of my mother. There was only a profound stillness and the faint, sweet smell of turned earth. I opened the front door and stepped outside. The morning was clean and new, birds singing in the woods. I did not look back at the house. I knew what was in there. I carried it with me. I walked down Crooked Way, away from Blackwater, my footsteps silent on the dusty road. I did not know where I was going. I only knew that I was moving, a quiet girl with a vast hunger inside her, walking into a world that had no idea what was coming. And the house on Crooked Way, finally sated, slept. For now, the sun was warm on my face, a feeling so unfamiliar it felt like a brand. Each step away from the house was a step into a different atmosphere, one that was light and empty, without the constant pressure of those watching walls. I reached the end of Crooked Way and paused where the cracked asphalt gave way to the wider county road that led out of Blackwater. A car passed, its driver not even glancing at the strange girl with the small bag. I was invisible again, but this time it was a choice. I walked for an hour, maybe two, the silence inside me a companion. The hunger was quiet, a sleeping beast in the pit of my stomach. It had been fed, and its satisfaction was a dull, heavy warmth. I thought of Jamie Ray. The memory of his smile was a small, bright coin in the vast darkness of what I had done. I couldn't go to the Piggly Wiggly. That life, the possibility of a normal kindness, was closed to me now. I had chosen a different path when I let the shadows loose in the hallway. A truck slowed down beside me, an old Ford with a dented fender. The window rolled down, and an elderly man with a kind, weathered face peered out. "You need a ride, honey. It's a long way to anywhere from here." I looked at him. I could feel the hunger stir, just a flicker, at the prospect of such easy, trusting warmth. I pushed it down. "I'm okay," I said, my voice rough from disuse. "Just walking." He nodded, his eyes lingering on me with a hint of concern. "Well, you be careful now. World's full of strange folks." He drove off, leaving me alone with the dust and the hum of telephone wires. His words echoed in the new silence of my mind. Strange folks. He had no idea. I was the strange thing the world should be careful of. The realization was not frightening. It was a fact, as simple and unchangeable as the angles in my geometry textbook. I was a fact. I came to a crossroads. One sign pointed back to Blackwater. The other pointed east, toward the highway and places with names I'd only seen on maps. I stood there for a long time, the sun climbing higher. I took the apple core from my bag. It was brown and shriveled, but I held it in my palm, feeling the last vestige of its simple gift. Then I dropped it into the weeds by the side of the road. It was part of a girl who no longer existed. I turned east and started walking again. The hunger shifted inside me, not with pain, but with a sense of anticipation. It was not a mindless urge. It was a compass. It knew what it needed, and it would guide me to it. My mother had been wrong about so many things, but she was right about one. The world outside was a corrupting flame, but I was not something that could be corrupted. I was the corruption. I was the flame, and I was finally truly free. The road stretched out before me, a long gray ribbon leading into the unknown. I walked toward it, a quiet girl with a bottomless stomach, ready for the world to feed me. The highway was a different kind of silence, a roar of passing cars that was easier to bear than the quiet of the woods. It was an external noise that didn't demand anything from me. I walked along the gravel shoulder, the dust coating my shoes. I didn't stick out my thumb. I just walked, and the cars blew past, creating vortices of wind that tugged at my clothes. It was a semi-truck that finally stopped, air brakes hissing like a great beast. The passenger door swung open, and a man with a thick beard and a tired smile looked down. "Heading east?" he asked. I nodded. "Hop in. Long walk to the next town." I climbed into the cab. It was a small universe, smelling of coffee and diesel fuel. The driver's name was Leo. He talked, a steady stream of stories about bad loads and good truck stops. I didn't have to respond. He filled the space with his words, and I let them wash over me. He offered me a sandwich from his cooler, wrapped in wax paper, bologna and cheese. I took it and ate it slowly. It was fuel. The kindness was incidental. He asked me where I was headed. I looked out the window at the blur of pine trees. "East," I said. He didn't press. He just nodded, as if that were a perfectly reasonable answer. As the miles unspooled beneath the big wheels, I felt the house on Crooked Way receding, not in distance, but in significance. It was a seed that had sprouted. I was the plant now, growing away from it, carrying its essential nature within me. The hunger was patient. It was learning this new world through my eyes. We stopped at a gas station outside a town whose name I forgot as soon as I saw it. Leo went inside to pay. I stayed in the truck, watching the people come and go. A woman arguing with a teenager, a man buying lottery tickets, a family piling out of a minivan, their voices loud and tangled. They were all so busy, so full of their own small dramas. They moved through their lives completely unaware of the currents that ran beneath the surface of things, the deep, dark hungers that waited. Leo came back with 2 bottles of soda. He handed me one. "You all right, kid?" he asked, his eyes searching my face. "You're awful quiet." "I'm fine," I said, and it was true. I was more than fine. I was waiting. He dropped me off at a junction just after nightfall. The sky was a deep purple, and the lights of a distant city glowed on the horizon like a bed of embers. "You sure about this?" Leo asked, his concern genuine. "I can take you to a bus station. Get you a ticket somewhere." "This is good," I said. "Thank you for the ride." I got out and he drove away, his taillights shrinking into 2 red pinpricks. The silence of the night descended, but it was different from the silence of Blackwater. This silence was vast and open. I walked away from the highway, following a smaller road that led toward the glowing city. I came to a park on the outskirts of town, a place of skeletal swings and a silent baseball diamond. I sat on a bench, my bag beside me. I didn't sleep. I watched. I felt the life of the city humming in the distance, 1,000 heartbeats, 1,000 petty angers and small joys. And I felt the other things, too. The ones that lived in the corners of this world, the ones that thrived on neglect and pain. They were faint here, whispers compared to the roaring presence that had lived in the walls of my house. But they were there. I could feel them stirring in the dark places, drawn to the new presence in their midst. They recognized me. I was a queen walking among peasants. A man stumbled into the park, reeking of alcohol and misery. He saw me on the bench and veered toward me, his gait unsteady. "Well, hello there, sweetheart," he slurred. "What's a pretty little thing like you doing out here all alone?" He reached for me. The hunger uncoiled, swift and sure. It was not a thought, but an instinct. I didn't summon shadows from the walls. There were no walls. I simply reached into the well of silence inside me and pulled. The darkness around us deepened, swallowing the light from a distant street lamp. It wrapped around him, not like a hand, but like a fluid pouring into his mouth and nose, stifling his drunken greeting. His eyes widened in confusion, then in terror. He didn't scream. There was no sound at all. The darkness consumed him, absorbing his pain, his regret, his very substance. It was quick, efficient. When it was over, the darkness receded, flowing back into me. The man was gone. Not a trace remained, not even a scent on the air. The hunger sighed, a contented ripple through my being. It was a small meal, but a clean one. I stood up from the bench and continued walking toward the city lights. I was no longer just a girl from a hungry house. I was the house itself, moving through the world, room after room of endless, silent appetite. And the world was a banquet, laid out just for me. The city was not a single entity, but a collection of 1,000 different hungers. I moved through its veins, the streets, a silent pathogen. I found a room in a boarding house that stank of boiled cabbage and despair. The landlord, a man with watery eyes and a permanent slump, didn't ask for identification, only cash in advance. The room was a box with a narrow bed and a window overlooking a brick wall. It was perfect. It was empty. I was empty. I got a job as a dishwasher in a restaurant a few blocks away. The work was hot and mindless, my hands submerged in scalding, greasy water for hours. The other workers, the cooks and the waitresses, were loud and chaotic. They joked, they fought. They lived with a frantic energy that was alien to me. They called me the ghost because I was so quiet. They thought it was shyness. They had no idea I was simply listening to the deeper rhythms of the place, the secret pains and jealousies that simmered beneath the surface. These were the spices that made a meal interesting. There was a cook named Marco, a big man with a quick temper. He bullied the younger kitchen staff, his voice a constant, corrosive presence. One night, he cornered a busboy in the walk-in freezer, screaming in his face about a misplaced crate of tomatoes. The boy was trembling, on the verge of tears. I was taking out the trash, passing the freezer door, which was slightly ajar. I felt the hunger lift its head. It liked rage. It was a rich, fatty flavor. I didn't even pause. I let a thread of darkness, thin as smoke, slip from me. It slid through the crack in the door. A moment later, Marco's shouting stopped. There was a soft, wet sound, and then silence. The busboy stumbled out, pale and confused. He just choked, the boy stammered to the head chef later. He grabbed his throat and just fell over. They found Marco on the freezer floor, dead of an apparent heart attack. A tragedy, so sudden. The hunger purred. It was pleased with the efficiency of it. I collected my pay at the end of the week and left. There was no need to stay. The meal was finished. I moved on. I learned to ride buses, to blend into crowds. I became a student of humanity, not out of affection, but like a chef studying a menu. I could taste their essences, the bitter tang of loneliness in an old woman on a park bench, the cloying sweetness of a young couple's oblivious love, the sharp, metallic bite of a businessman's greed. They were all potential sustenance. I was discerning. I did not feed often. A large meal could sustain the quiet for a long time. I thought of my mother less and less. She was a prelude, a single note in the symphony I had become. The house on Crooked Way was a distant memory, a cradle I had outgrown. My world was larger now. My walls were the sky. One rainy night, I found myself in another city, in another diner, drinking bad coffee. A man sat down at the counter next to me. He was different. He didn't radiate the usual noise of human emotion. He was still, like deep water. He ordered a coffee and then turned to me. His eyes were a pale, piercing gray. "You're a long way from home," he said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the clatter of the diner. "I don't have a home," I said. He smiled, a thin, knowing curve of his lips. "Oh, I think you do. It just moves with you, doesn't it?" He took a sip of his coffee. "I can smell it on you, the old hunger, the silence." I went very still. The hunger inside me coiled, not in fear, but in recognition. It sensed a peer, a hunter from a different tribe. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm not here to cause trouble, just to offer a word of advice. The world is changing. There are others who notice when the balance shifts, when a new power walks in the light. Be careful who you eat. Some plates," he said, nodding toward the window and the city beyond, "belong to someone else." He left money on the counter and stood up. He walked out into the rain and disappeared. I sat there for a long time, the cold coffee forgotten. His words did not frighten me. They excited me. For the first time, I understood that I was not just a force of nature. I was a player in a game. The hunger stretched, awakening to a new possibility. It wasn't just about feeding anymore. It was about territory. It was about power. I left the diner and stepped out into the wet, gleaming street. The city lights reflected in the puddles, 1,000 shattered stars. I looked up at the towering buildings, each window a life, a story, a potential meal. But now I saw something more. I saw a chessboard. The man with the gray eyes was right. I would have to be careful, but I would also have to be bold. The hunger agreed. It was time to stop wandering and time to start building. A new house, with walls made of night and a foundation of bone. The rain felt clean on my face, washing away the grime of the diner and the lingering scent of the man's warning. A warning or an invitation. He had seen me, truly seen me. The idea was intoxicating. For so long I had been a ghost, a secret, a story whispered in a town everyone forgot. Now, I was a fact acknowledged by another fact. I found a library the next day. A grand, old building with high ceilings and the smell of dust and old paper. I didn't look for stories. I looked for maps. City plans, blueprints, histories of the sewer systems, and the forgotten tunnels that ran like veins beneath the streets. I needed to understand the anatomy of this place. If this was to be my new home, my new house, I needed to know its bones. The hunger was a quiet, focused hum in my chest. It was no longer a wild, desperate thing. It was a tool, a compass, and now a blueprint. It guided my eyes over the intricate lines of the city maps, showing me the weak points, the dark corners where the city's own energy festered, the places where people were forgotten. These would be my foundation. I took a job in a large hotel, the kind that was too busy to ask questions. I worked the night shift, cleaning the empty corridors after the guests had retired or gone out. The work was solitary. The vacuum's roar was a blanket of sound I could hide within. As I pushed my cart along the plush carpets, I practiced. I would extend a tendril of silence, just a thread, and let it taste the emotions seeping from under the doors. The anxiety of a businessman lying awake, the secret grief of a woman staring out a window, the cheap thrill of an affair in a room down the hall. I sampled them, but I did not feed. I was learning the flavors of this new territory. I remembered the man from the diner. Be careful who you eat. His words were a fence on a map. I would respect the fence for now, but I would also learn what lay on the other side. Weeks turned into a month. I saved money. I learned the rhythms of the city's underbelly, and I found a place. It was an abandoned substation, tucked away in a district of warehouses, a brick building that had been dark for decades. The city had grown around it, ignoring it. The door was chained, but the lock was old and rusted. My shadows slipped into the mechanism, not to break it, but to convince it to forget its purpose. The door swung open. Inside, it was perfect. A vast, open space with a high ceiling from which ancient machinery hung like iron ghosts. There were no windows. It was a cave of brick and silence. The air was thick with the dust of decades and a profound, waiting stillness. I stood in the center and closed my eyes. I let the silence within me flow out to greet the silence of the place. They merged, weaving together. The shadows on the walls began to shift, not with the light, but with my breath. This was not like the house on Crooked Way. That house had been alive long before me. It had used me as a tool. This place was inert. I was not its servant. I was its creator. I was giving it life. I did not bring in a bed or a chair. I did not need them. I slept on the floor in a corner, the cold concrete a comfort. The hunger was my blanket. I began to furnish my new home not with things, but with essence. I started with the small, forgotten pests of the neighborhood. A stray dog, all snarl and fear. A man who lurked in the alleyways, his mind a swamp of violent intentions. They were unclaimed plates. The shadows of my new house grew stronger, richer. The bricks seemed to warm slightly, holding the silence like a cherished possession. One night, I felt a presence at the edge of my territory. It was a subtle pressure, like a change in barometric pressure. I walked to the door of the substation and looked out into the rain-slicked night. Across the street, under the flickering glow of a broken street lamp, stood the man with the gray eyes. He didn't speak. He simply nodded once, a gesture of acknowledgement. He had felt the change. He knew the house was awake. He turned and walked away, melting into the darkness between two warehouses. I watched him go. This was not my world alone. There were rules. There were other diners at the banquet. The hunger inside me stretched, not in anger, but in anticipation. It was a patient hunger. It had all the time in the world, and it was finally, truly home. He did not return the next night or the night after, but his presence lingered at the periphery of my awareness, a constant, low hum like a power line. I continued my work. The hotel corridors were my hunting ground, a place to refine my craft. I learned to take just a little, a sip of sorrow, or a taste of fear, leaving the source intact, but hollowed, a little more brittle. They would blame the city, their lives, the rain. They never blamed the quiet girl with the cleaning cart. The substation was changing. The air within was now thick and warm, a palpable silence that felt like walking through water. The shadows had texture. They clung to the bricks, pooling in the corners with a loyalty that felt like love. I could feel the house learning my shape, anticipating my movements. It was an extension of my own skin. A week after the gray-eyed man's visit, a new presence entered my territory. This one was not subtle. It was a jagged, angry thing, a scream of need that scraped against my senses. I found him in an alley 2 blocks from the substation, a young man hunched over, his body vibrating with a desperate chemical hunger. He was tearing through a garbage bag, looking for something he had lost. His essence was a foul cocktail of addiction and self-loathing. He saw me and lurched to his feet. "You got any money?" He snarled, his eyes wild and unfocused. He took a step toward me, his hand outstretched, not in plea, but in threat. The house, my house, stirred. The shadows in the alley deepened, stretching toward him from the walls. The hunger within me was cold and clear. This was not a meal of nuance. This was taking out the trash. But as I began to pull the darkness around him, I felt the gray-eyed man S warning like a fence post driven into the ground. This desperate, broken thing, did he belong to someone? Was he a plate that was already claimed? The hesitation lasted only a second, but it was long enough. The young man's aggression vanished, replaced by a primal terror. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking past me, at the coalescing darkness. He whimpered, turned, and ran, his footsteps echoing wildly in the narrow alley. I let him go. The shadows settled back into their places, disappointed. The hunger grumbled a question. Why? I had no answer for it then. But as I walked back to the substation, I understood. It was not mercy. It was strategy. The gray-eyed man had shown me that this world had a geography with borders and laws. To feed without understanding was to be an animal. To be an animal was to be hunted. I was not an animal. I was a landlord. I needed to know who owned the land adjacent to mine before I started digging a foundation. The next night, I went looking for him. I didn't have to search for long. I found him sitting on a bench in a small, neglected park that felt like a neutral zone, a patch of unclaimed ground. He was feeding a pigeon a piece of bread. He didn't look up as I approached. "You ray learning," he said, his voice calm. The pigeon fluttered away. Who did he belong to? I asked, stopping a few feet from the bench. No one of consequence. A minor player with a taste for ruin. He wouldn't have challenged you for that scrap. He finally turned his gray eyes on me. But you were right to hesitate. The principle is what matters. I need to know the rules, I said. He smiled that thin, knowing smile. There are no written rules, only understandings, territories, histories. He brushed the breadcrumbs from his hands. You have built a nest very quickly. It draws attention. Some will see it as an opportunity, others as a threat. And you, I asked, what do you see? He stood up, and for the first time, I felt the full weight of his presence. It was vast and old, like a mountain range shrouded in mist. I see potential, he said. The old orders are stagnant. A new power can be refreshing. He began to walk away, then paused. There is a place, a neutral ground. It called the quiet room. It underneath the old opera house. If you wish to learn the map, be there tomorrow night at midnight. He disappeared into the shadows beneath the trees, leaving me alone in the park. The hunger inside me was utterly still, listening. The quiet room. It sounded like a promise. It sounded like a trap. Either way, it was a door, and I was ready to open it. The old opera house was a gargantuan relic of a more ornate age, its marble facade stained black by decades of soot and rain. I arrived as the city's clock towers were chiming midnight, their collective tolling a sound that seemed to slide off the building's surface without penetrating. The main doors were immense and locked, but I didn't approach them. I followed the feeling, a subtle pull like a cold current in water, leading me down a narrow alley to a rusted iron gate set into the foundation. The gate was open just a crack. I slipped through into a darkness that was more than an absence of light. It was a substance, cool and heavy as velvet. A set of worn stone steps descended into the earth. The air changed with each step, losing the city's smell of exhaust and decay, replaced by a scent of dry dust and something else, something ancient and metallic, like old blood on cold stone. The stairs ended in a corridor that stretched into blackness. At the far end, a sliver of faint, amber light outlined a door. As I walked toward it, the silence deepened, becoming a palpable force that pressed against my eardrums. This was not my silence, the hungry void I carried within me. This was a silence that had been imposed, a disciplined, managed quiet. I pushed the door open. The quiet room was not what I had expected. It was not a cavernous cellar, but a space that resembled a private library or a gentleman's club. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound volumes that showed no titles on their spines. A few high-backed armchairs were arranged around a low, dark-wood table. The only light came from a single lamp on the table, its glow barely reaching the corners of the room. 3 people were there before me. The man with the gray eyes sat in one chair, perfectly still. In another was a woman with hair the color of white ash, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes closed as if in meditation. The third was a man who seemed to be made of angles, his suit sharp and severe, his gaze fixed on me as I entered. I felt their attention like a physical touch, 3 different kinds of pressure assessing my shape, my weight, my essence. The gray-eyed man gestured to an empty chair. "Welcome," he said, his voice barely disturbing the hush. "This is a place for conversation, for understanding." I sat, the worn leather sighing under my weight. The hunger inside me was alert, cautious, but not afraid. It recognized these 3 as predators, but of a different order. They were not like the desperate things I had been consuming. They were old, their power not a wild flame but a banked fire, radiating a deep, enduring heat. The angular man spoke first, his voice a dry rustle. "You have been busy. Your new establishment has a very distinct signature. It lacks subtlety." "I wasn't aiming for subtlety," I said. The sound of my own voice felt strangely loud in the room. The woman opened her eyes. They were a startling, vivid green, like moss on a stone. Subtlety is what keeps us from becoming a spectacle, from being hunted by the world of light. She studied me, and I felt a sensation like cool water trickling down my spine. You are young. The hunger is still fresh in you. It makes you reckless. It makes me efficient, I replied. The gray-eyed man smiled faintly. Efficiency is not the only virtue. There is also longevity. We have lasted as long as we have by respecting the ecosystem. We prune. We do not clear-cut. You mean you have agreements? I said. You feed drawn lines on a map. Precisely, said the angular man. This city, like all cities, is divided. There are territories. The desperate, the lost, the violent, they are a renewable resource. But they are not infinite. They are managed. Your substation lies in a district that has traditionally been considered open ground, a buffer zone. But you have claimed it, the woman said. That is an act that requires acknowledgement and negotiation. I looked from one face to another. This was the game the gray-eyed man had hinted at. It was not about mere feeding. It was about politics. The hunger within me stirred, intrigued by this new flavor of power. It was not about consuming a single life, but about controlling the flow of many. What happens if I refuse to negotiate? I asked. The silence in the room deepened, becoming cold and sharp. The woman's green eyes seemed to glow in the lamplight. Then you would be an invasive species, she said softly. And invasive species are eradicated. The gray-eyed man leaned forward, the lamplight catching the pale silver of his irises. Or, he said, you could be recognized. You could be given a seat at the table. Your territory could be formally acknowledged. In exchange, you would agree to the accords. You would feed with discretion. You would respect the borders of your neighbors. He gestured to the angular man and the white-haired woman. We are the closest to your new domain. We are the ones you need to come to an understanding with. I looked at them, these ancient, hungry creatures who had built their existence on a foundation of rules and rituals. They saw my power as untamed, a threat to their delicate balance. But I saw their balance as a cage. The hunger wanted to stretch, to grow, to build a house with no limits. Yet I understood the practicality of his words. I was strong, but I was one. They were many. To fight them now would be foolish. What would these accords require? I asked, my voice steady. The negotiation began. It was not spoken in threats, but in nuances, in hints of past conflicts and promises of future considerations. They spoke of lineages and histories I did not know, of other beings in other cities. I listened, learning the map of this hidden world. The hunger listened too, storing every word, every unspoken threat, every concession. It was learning the menu, not of individuals, but of powers. After a time, an agreement was reached. The substation and the warehouse district around it would be my territory. I could feed there as I wished. In return, I would not hunt in the financial district, which belonged to the angular man, or the old residential neighborhoods that were the domain of the white-haired woman. gray-eyed man, it seemed, had no fixed territory. He was a wanderer, an arbiter. As we stood to leave, the woman placed a cold hand on my arm. "A word of caution, child," she whispered, her breath smelling of grave earth and dried roses. "The house you are building, be careful that it does not start building you. We are the masters of our hunger. Never forget that." I left the quiet room and climbed the steps back to the alley. The city's noise rushed back in, a jarring cacophony. But now I could hear the patterns within it, the boundaries I had just agreed to. I had a place now. I had rules. But as I walked toward my substation, toward the silence I had created, I knew this was only the beginning. The accords were not an end. They were the foundation for something much, much larger. The hunger was no longer just an appetite. It had become ambition. The substation welcomed me back. Its silence, a familiar embrace that settled around my shoulders like a mantle. The bricks seemed to pulse with a slow, warm energy, the shadows shifting to greet me. I stood in the center of the vast space and closed my eyes, replaying the meeting in the quiet room. Their words were not just terms of a treaty, they were a blueprint. They had shown me the limits of their own imaginations. They saw territory as something to be managed, a garden to be tended. I saw it as a living body, and I intended to make its heart beat in time with my own. The first thing I did was break the agreement. Not in a way they would notice. Not yet. I returned to the hotel, to my cart and my solitary corridors. But my purpose had changed. I was no longer just a scavenger. I was a surveyor. As I moved through the plush hallways, I extended my awareness not to taste the emotional scraps, but to map the flows. I followed the threads of anxiety from the financial district, the tendrils of despair from the old neighborhoods. I felt how they converged here, in this nexus of transience. The hotel was a crossroads, a place none of them had thought to claim, because it belonged to everyone and no one. It was the perfect listening post. Weeks passed. I learned the rhythms of the three who had become my reluctant neighbors. The angular man, whose name I learned was Alistair, fed on ambition and ruin. His presence was a sharp tang in the air of the financial district, a predator circling the trading floors. The white-haired woman, Alara, preferred a slower, more intimate decay. She haunted the old brownstones and quiet parks, sipping on loneliness and regret until her victims were hollowed out, peaceful shells. And the gray-eyed man, who called himself Reese, was a mystery, a wanderer who seemed to sustain himself on the mere act of observation. My own method was different. I did not just take, I began to weave. In the darkest hours of my shift, I would find a particularly potent emotion, a CEO's secret terror of failure, a honeymooner's sudden chilling doubt, and I would not simply consume it. I would redirect it. A thread of that terror, a wisp of that doubt. I would pull it gently, like silk from a cocoon, and send it flowing back into the city, not to its source, but toward my substation. It was a subtle theft, a siphoning of energy so slight it would be mistaken for a bad dream, a passing mood. The substation grew stronger. The silence within it became a hum, a low-frequency vibration that was felt rather than heard. The shadows developed a liquid density. I could now shape them with a thought, forming chairs, tables, even shelves for the few books I began to collect from forgotten corners of the city. The house was no longer just a shelter. It was becoming a tool, an instrument tuned to my will. One evening, as I prepared for my shift, I felt a disturbance in the flows around the hotel. A new presence, sharp and invasive, like a needle. It was coming from a suite on the top floor. I pushed my cart toward the service elevator, my hunger alert. This was not the familiar signature of Alistair or Alara. This was something else, something raw and unrefined. When the elevator doors opened on the penthouse level, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and fear. I followed the feeling to the door of the Imperial Suite. It was slightly ajar. Inside, I saw a man I did not recognize kneeling on the floor. He was young, his face contorted in a rictus of pain and ecstasy. Tendrils of smoky darkness coiled around him, leeching the very light from the room. He was feeding, but clumsily, messily, like an animal at a carcass. He was a rogue, a young one like me, but without a territory or a teacher. He had broken the unspoken law. He was hunting in a neutral space, and his gluttony would draw attention. He sensed me and looked up, his eyes wide with panic. The tendrils retracted, slithering back into him. "Stay back," he hissed. "I found this one." "You're making a scene," I said, my voice calm. I pushed my cart fully into the room, the vacuum S-cord trailing behind me like a leash. "This place isn't yours." "It's not yours either," he spat, getting to his feet. His power was a frantic, sparking thing, strong but undisciplined. He saw me not as a superior, but as a rival for the meal. He lunged, not with his body, but with his essence, a crude spear of hungry darkness. I didn't bother to counter it. I simply let the silence of my house, which I carried with me always, flow out. It was a wave of absolute stillness. His attack hit it and dissolved, absorbed without a sound. His eyes widened in shock. Before he could react again, I was on him. Not with shadows, but with a simpler, more physical force. I was stronger now, fortified by the energy I had been weaving into my domain. I pinned him against the wall, my hand on his throat. The hunger inside me rose, not with rage, but with a cold, surgical precision. "You have no map," I whispered to him. "You have no rules. That makes you dangerous." I could have taken him then. His essence would have been a potent fuel. But I remembered Reese S. words in the park. The principle is what matters. This boy was a violation of the principle. He was a threat to the ecosystem I was learning to manipulate. I did not feed. Instead, I showed him. I opened a conduit, a tiny, precise window to the silence of my substation. I let him feel its depth, its power, its terrifying order. I let him feel the vast, patient hunger that was no longer just mine, but belonged to the house I had built. His bravado shattered. He whimpered, his body going limp. Leave this city, I said, releasing him. Find a different hunting ground, one with no landlords. He scrambled away from me, stumbling out the door and down the hall. I turned back to the room. The businessman he had been attacking was unconscious on the floor, pale and breathing shallowly, but alive. He would wake with no memory, only a profound sense of unease. I would clean that up too. I would take the lingering fear, the taint of the rogue's presence, and I would fold it into my own silence. A small, tidy meal, and no one the wiser. As I worked, I felt a familiar presence at the edge of the penthouse level. Reese. He had felt the disturbance. He was watching. I knew he had seen everything. Didn't he appear? Didn't he need to? His acknowledgement was a shift in the air, a subtle nod from the darkness. I had not just defended a piece of turf. I had enforced the accords. I had acted not as an animal, but as a power. I finished cleaning the room, erasing all traces of the struggle. The hunger was satisfied for now, but the ambition was wide awake. The rogue had been a test. I had passed. I had shown restraint and strength. I had shown that I understood the game. The next move was mine. The map was clear, and I was no longer just a player on the board. I was beginning to redraw the lines.